No, I think it might be fun doing like 3 or 4 embarks today. We kind of break it up and change things up a little bit. Sounds cool. Like I think that's what we're gonna. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Unless there's like any major objections in the next minute, I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I mean, riding your bike to work is nice. I used to do stuff like that a number of years ago, but the when you're working nights, the last thing you really want to be doing is like biking to and from work. So ever since I kind of went on to nights, like shit just kind of stopped. But to get back on topic a little bit, we're going to be doing a couple of embarks. I don't know if we should set a time limit on it. But we're going to be doing a bunch of small embarks to rebuild a faction today. You can play however you like. Fair enough, Tetris. I kind of just want to play Tetris, though. That new Puyo Puyo Tetris just came out, so there's that. Basically, player-made helixes. Yeah. So it's not going to speed fortresses. Nah. not really. Not quite speed fortresses. Making a new sheet here. Week 8. Doing some stuff in the background. Week 8. So the real question is how much... Probably not even close, Krabicus. The real question is how much customization do I actually want to do? I mean, if anything, my play of Dwarf Fortress is more like Dwarf Fortress low speed percent world record because I play so slowly. Do new embarks actually count towards retired fort's holdings number, and can you get a baron on an island if you spam around? I have no idea. I've never tried. 100% inverse speed record. Low percent speed record. There you go. So this all the way up here. These guys. There's actually 2. There's also the plank of dots. But the one that we're going to be focusing on are the tool of twisting. So if you have a keen eye up in the map, you'll see this one little blue fortress. That's the one fortress they have. That's a fortress that I built. This is the only other thing that they have on the map. A little blinker right there. That is not even a fort. That's not even a helix. It's a fort. It's not a fortress. It's a fort, which is like a temporary defensive outpost that they will build during major wars. So that's literally all that this faction has. It's literally just that. We are in range of goblins. I want to say that there's some towers up here. I had an adventurer that came out of here that ran down to one of these roads and adventured down to this fortress and then back up home. So I do have an adventurer in this area. Pretty sure it was Zon, the first one I did. Usamember, little goblin who lives with the elves. So there's that kind of fun stuff. But I'm not gonna worry too much about faction or anything. I don't know. What kind of area would you guys like to see? We could build in the mountains. We could do something on mountains. We could build on a road. I could go down to the coast. We could do a couple things. Damn, I kind of wish that there was enough. Oh, shit. We could do an island. We could do a bridge over to this little island. Huh. I kind of want to start with that even. Because, like, we could do like this and just build across this little ocean. Yeah, we could start with a bridge. For fighting thingies on the island? I mean, well, I can't embark on the super steep hills, but, wondering if there's, no, there's no embarkable regions there. Could totally do something on the edge of the mountains, though. Like, this could be kind of fun. This is like a little mountain pass. We could also do much bigger embarks because they're going to be so short, right? So I could do like this, which is 2 biomes, which would be a tropical freshwater marsh, and then mountain. Just straight up fucking mountain with a little road through it. Like, that could be fun. Tunnels are more dwarfy, sure, but tunnels aren't built by player much. Or are you saying, like, I should burrow under it? Because that would take too long. I mean, I could just burrow under it. I don't know. I like building bridges, though. Building bridges are fun. Since when is it your place, Ocelot? Tell me what is and what isn't dwarfy. My dwarfy might not be your dwarfy, you know? Maybe perhaps my flavor of dwarfy is different to your flavor of dwarfy. Did you think about that? I'm just spewing bullshit. What's up, man? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Island would be a, well, yes, not if I'm building a bridge, though. Not if I'm building a bridge. It's only a bit of a pain if it's only a bit of a pain if I'm what's the word I'm looking for here? Digging. If I'm building a bridge, it's not. Claim the island and build a mighty empire. I mean, I could do both those things. I'm leaning on this mountain pass, and then we'll go build a bridge. So I think let's build a little hillocks in this mountain pass, because this would be a good mountain home-esque area, me think. Even though there's like no metal anywhere here. We'll build a little home up here, and after we've built a little home up here, I think that we can then go down and build a bridge or a tunnel, one of the two. It's a very large area. Yes, game, I am aware. I could build a bridge between different peaks. I think you are underestimating how much I can do in this time that I have been given. I think that you are underestimating the amount of time I'm actually giving myself here, which isn't much. Well, we're embarking on a mountain. So let's take some dogs. Some cats. That's probably it. I would think, maybe. Could also just bring... maybe some turkeys? We could bring some goats, maybe? Because mountains. Goats fit some mountains. But then I'd have to have somewhere for them to graze, because they are grazers. We could bring pigs. Pigs don't need to graze. I'm gonna bring pigs. We'll bring piggies. For pigs for their milk, so that we can make some cheese. So, and a boar. Piggies. Also, because I'm hearing piggies in the background sounds. That's for actual stuff that I'm bringing. Vulture tripe? Vultures can't have that much tripe. Like, that seems kind of crazy to me. Vultures can't have that much tripe. Yeah, but still. Tripe is tripe, but... Although, I'm going to ask you for a very simple favor. Krabicus, we had that discussion earlier. Keep that discussion earlier. Don't bring it back up constantly, right? So if every single time the topic of cheese and stuff is mentioned, if you hearken back to older conversations, it's going to get bothersome. So try not to do that if possible. Let us just talk, because this is a new conversation. The old conversation is over, right? That's not a thing, but now you're just typing in words, Pilot. This is kind of why what I mean when I talked earlier about not liking. What's the word I'm looking for here? Discussing food with people because they like to just bring it up and poke fun about it. I like this name way too much, so I think I might just roll with it. Violetgems? That's a really good name. Planning to take any metal? Nah. No. Here's the thing, Krabicus. Are you paying attention? We're literally just building the outline for a fortress. I'm not building a fortress. This is going to last for maybe an hour and a half tops. So unless you weren't, you must not have been paying any attention. And instead you're just very enamored with cheese, obviously. Very, very understandable. Yeah, no, I'm not. This isn't going to be a full fortress. This is literally going to be, we are rebuilding a faction. So I'm going to do like 3 or 4 fortresses today. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with Violetgems. That's really good. So the fort name is Violetgems. The Hammer of Machines. Whoa. Again, I think I might just let Nil Bembul stand. I don't really want to think about tripe, let alone tripe shaped like hands. Pilots. This is not an image I want. Thanks, man. You thought it was a sponge. Yeah, I can confirm. It's definitely not a sponge. All right. I think I'm going to stick with the Hammer Machines because that's a really good group name. All right, so the fort name is Violetgems, and the group name is the Hammer of Machines because both of those are great goddamn names. Now I need an image. Although, actually, let's just screenshot these. Violetgems. So if you're following along in the background, over on the document, I am screenshotting stuff for the document. And I'm putting stuff into the 8th subdocument on the bottom. So if you would like to follow along, you can do that down there. All right, let's do the symbol. Symbol. Hammer of Machines. The Oily Bowel. I'm not a big fan of that name. Let's just call it the Hammer. Or maybe the Hammers. The Oily Hammers. Maybe not the Oily Hammers. Maybe like the Mechanical Hammer. The Mechanical Hammers. So I think it'll be an object. And let's just say these are all from musical instruments. I like the curved warhammer. Let's say 2 curved warhammers. Also, sorry for totally missing that question, Robotic Ronald. But yeah, basically, like Tygo said, the group name is like the local government. So it's like the people that are overseeing the fortress. And then the fortress name is the name of the fortress, right? So you could have like in motorsport, you have the FIA overseeing all motorsport, and then you have like F1 underneath it. It's kind of like that. Or like with different government parties, you have America and then the party that is in charge. So it's sort of like that. It's like the political party that is in charge of the fortress there. So there's the faction that they're all part of in like the Dwarven faction. Then there's the government party and then the fortress. At some point, it's one of those things where at some point, hopefully, Tarn will get around to making that system more robust, and then we'll actually have like a functioning political system one day, hopefully. But till then, you know. I don't know. What else should I throw in here? I don't think that there's like, yeah, there's no machines. Maybe just like blazing sun. Image of 2 curved warhammers and a blazing sun. Do I have gear? No. Cog? Okay, no, not really. Can you draw a cog? That's what I was literally just looking for. Let's do and leather armor and a leather armor. An image of 2 curved warhammers, a blazing sun, and a leather warhammer. Action or relationship? Striking? Striking down. Two curved warhammers are striking down the leather armor. So I'm imagining like the warhammers are like mechanically making the armor is the way that I'm imagining this. So an image of 2 curved warhammers, a blazing sun, a leather armor, and the 2 curved warhammers are striking down the leather armor. Of course, like, you know, that could be interpreted in many ways, but that's just how I'm choosing to interpret it. All right, so this is the first fortress. Now, whoopsies. Keep working. Done. I think I'm just gonna crank up the amount of booze we're bringing. Just bring a lot of ale. Let's not worry about it so much. And I need 7 names. Raise your hand in chat if you'd like a dwarf. So if you would like a dwarf, just raise your hand. And let's get a couple of dwarves in here. And then we'll go through with the first 7 once I'm done doing a thing in the background, because I just got an email that I need to check. Sorry. Refresh that, post that there. Perfect. Now I've got chat back up. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to name people. So I think Ronald would like one. Robotic. Ronald. Jurist is going to be renamed to Diamond. It's just a slow start to the stream, man. Ghost. And Gopher. Anybody else? You could get 1 level of dancing. We have 0 points, so no. But your dwarf definitely will dance. So instead, I was just going to start grabbing other names, but Aragar? Get you in there? You're in there. And you know what? Tygo. Zwar. Be tossed in there. I got 1 open space. Who wants the last one? Feels satisfied eating a fine meal? Well, I mean, it hasn't been spawned into existence yet. In fact, the game could crash and we could lose it all. Not that it will, but it could. We got space for 1 more. Anybody? All right, I'll just give it to B-Lug, one of my mods, because I know he'll like it. All right, let's screenshot the starting 7 dwarves. And since, like I said earlier, we're kind of pressed for time here, I'm just going to press go. And we'll read the dwarves' thoughts and brains and times and ideas and headspaces and all that jazzmagots once we get in game. While I start up a little bit of music. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Violetgems. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is springtime now. Enough. Time to delve secure lodgings ere the anacondas get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Gage Kadal. Violetgems. Strike the earth. And I'm going to press this button. All right, let's pause. Let's see what we're up against. That is a thing. Damn. Man, I like these big embarks. Look at this shit. Look at that. Just fucking look at that. Well, I know where we're entering into that mountainside. There's a little bridge down over here. Beautiful. Fantastic example of dwarven engineering. A bridge included. We'll build a bridge for it next. It's kind of neat. The road actually like turns, kind of goes up this way. I think this is where we're going to build, over here, into the side of this. Unless there's like a different kind of stone, because this is all mudstone, I think. What's this? A little bit of diorite. All right. And then just like clay and stuff down there. A few little puddles. What kind of trees do we have? I know that this is a swamp, I think. Guava. Ooh. Pomegranate. Ooh. Macadamia nut. More pomegranate. Fancy. All right, fancy. Let's read about some dwarves, though. Let's slow down the pace. And have a good look at our expedition leader, Robotic Ronald. He is a faithful worshiper of Lun Stable Rain, who, of course, is a deity of the tool of twisting, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with laws and the weather, both about as consistent and predictable. He is 84 years old, born on the 1st of Moonstone in the year 282. He has a broad body. And I lost my spot. He has a broad body, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length beard is neatly combed. His short hair is neatly combed, and his ears are free-lobed. His brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and his nose is slightly upturned. His hair is flax with a touch of gray, and his eyes are gold. Absolutely wondrous so far. He likes stibnite, brass and living opal, battle axes, and giant jaguars for their spotted coats. The sound of the aquamarine incense, and when possible, prefers to consume leopard gecko, passion fruit wine, and absolutely cannot stand worms. Don't put them anywhere near him. He personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, disregards tradition, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. I think that we need to transport this dwarf into Longdeath, because that is interesting. Look at that. How often do you see that? Is that even a dwarven, like, cultural tag? What, just like images of dwarves slaughtering goblins? Lasting peace, my ass! But seriously, like, wow. That is cool. Personally believes that peace is always preferable. Screenshotting that, sticking it in the dock, just because I think that that's interesting. He is often sad and dejected, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He can handle stress and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, often acts with compassion and can easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Is troubled by his natural tendencies, and has a greedy streak. He's not particularly curious about the world, and he whispers when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He likes battle axes, so we will give you woodcutting. As some side tasks, I will also give you farming fields. And, you know, just as an extra side task, I'm also going to give you plant gathering. So that's Robotic Ronald. And I'm going to drop down here and select a few trees to go be knocked down. Unpause. And let that start. And jump to the second dwarf. That is indeed you. That is indeed you. That is interesting though. Like the number of times I've actually seen that. I've seen that like lasting peace, but I've seen it more on humans than dwarves. I'm kind of not perplexed, but intrigued, shall we say, by our new dwarven faction. Another thing that I would like to check now that we're here, actually, before I jump into Diamond's Brain, is I'm going to check the Tool of Twisting. So the actual faction itself. Okay, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was very much hoping that we would have some of my dwarves in here by this point. Because this faction is... I'm just going to grab a screenshot of this area real quick. But this is the Hillocks of Gillycrafts. And that's Crawlmire. That's the one other fortress I've done in this faction. So that's the Hopeful Ages, Crawlmire. So some of you might remember Crawlmire. It was a little tavern fort. In fact, over in the document, it is listed as week 4. So you can find it right here. This was Crawlmire. We didn't get any royalty in this fortress. I was kind of hoping we would. We did get attacked by Werelama, though, and unfortunately lost a dwarf in the process. Adra, thank you very much for the 41th month.
Jenny Ho Metal Starfish.
Metal Starfish, indeed, yes. It's good to have you back, man. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. 40 fucking months, dude. That's a long goddamn time. So that's kind of where we are as part of this faction. Also, of course, beers and stuffs, you know. Chat, please. So I will screenshot that real quick, too. And we will, you know, be expanding that a bit today. Next dwarf in the list is Diamond, who says, I'm fine. She is 52 years old, born on the 27th of Opal in the year 314. In the year Pi, in fact. Who doesn't like a good Pi year? She is average in size. Her hair is clean-shaven. Her free-lobed ears are somewhat broad. Her hair is flax. And, of course, her skin is brown. Her eyes are gold. She personally holds the idea of competition among the most important and would encourage it whenever possible. Views cooperation as a low ideal indeed and not worthy of any respect. Dreams of creating a great work of art and is shameless, absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, rarely jealous, and has an active imagination. She is curious and eager to learn and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She has a calm demeanor, and she is stubborn, does not have an active imagination. Wait, hold on. She is stubborn and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. That's what I was looking for. And she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She can occasionally lose focus at the matter at hand, and she likes to take it easy. She is slow to anger and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at the crappiest of weather. Chat, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. A little bit more that we need to learn about this dwarf is she's an ardent worshiper of a god that I am not familiar with, who is a force, an elven force, which is why I'm not familiar with it. An ardent worshiper of Sidaya the Flaxen. Would you like that? She likes serpentine, bronze, bloodstone, giant kangaroo, parchment, and the color beige. Coins and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and night wings for their tails. Not to be confused with Nightwing, or of course, Darkwing. 1,000 hours on the dot. Cheers, Oves. Thanks. That's a big number. All right, well, that's a little bit more of that. I think that we're just gonna give Diamond mining and what else do I want to give you? Mining and farming fields, sure. Ghost is next on the list. Worships god named Lun, who is the deity of the tool of twisting. Of course, takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with laws and the weather. Another worshiper of laws and weather. 67. Born on the 7th of Opal in the year 299. Her hair is clean-shaven, her nose is slightly hooked. Her hair is flax and her skin is brown. Her eyes are gold and her ears are free-lobed. She likes basalt, fire ogate, featherwood, and short-fin mako shark leather. Orangutan tooth and tortoise shell, and crescents and warhammers and amulets, and the words of the amethyst of cloisters. Personally sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of creating a great work of art. She often feels envious of others and is a friendly individual. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and quick to anger. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She cracks her knuckles when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Moves having 1,000 hours on the stream? Because, like I said, that's a lot of hours. We're going to give you some crafts. We're going to give you stone crafting, bone crafting, and weaving, I think. And also leather working. Why not? And outside of that, I think we're going to give you masonry. Next on the list is Gopher. Also a worshiper of laws and weather. Same god as before. 85 years old. Born on the 9th of Malachite in the year 281. Skinny. His hair is wavy. His long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his nose is extremely short. His eyelashes are extremely short, and his gold eyes are extremely protruding. His nose is bleh. His brown skin is wrinkled. I don't know why I was trying to read his nose skin is wrinkled. Anyway, his brown skin is wrinkled, and his ears are free-lobed. His somewhat tall head is somewhat narrow, and his hair is flax with a touch of gray. And you won. Well, of course, it's your lucky day. You got 1,000 hours. You better goddamn win. Swear if you did. I would have had to have words with the bot's manager. I mean, come on, you got to win at some point, right? You got to win at some point. All right. He enjoys being in crowds and desires a little for himself in the way of possessions. He isn't particularly ambitious and likes to make a small mess and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and tends to not reveal any personal information. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And he isn't particularly curious about the world. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He is stubborn, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He's not inherently proud of his abilities and talents and accomplishments, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. When he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue. He laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right, you are going to be our carpenter. Also give you mechanics and pump operating. Let's also give you weaving, glassmaking, bone, carving, stone crafting, and leatherworking, and farming fields. Welcome to the fortress. Goffer. This dwarf, I already have an idea here. So this is Agrigar, or Argagar? I know that you lurk a lot, but I don't actually know how to say your name. You also worship the god of laws and weather, female dwarf. Same dwarf seems to be the most popular. 66 years old, born on the 19th of Timber in the year 300. She is broad yet weak. Her very long hair is neatly combed. Her somewhat tall head is somewhat narrow, and her slightly close-set gold eyes are slightly protruding. Her hair is flax and her skin is brown. Her ears are free-lobed. She personally finds friendship burdensome, sees merrymaking as a waste, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Does not really value skills related to fighting and dreams of raising a family. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. She exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette. I have the hiccups. Help. Is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette. Unwilling, as if life itself depended on it. She is a private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself. She is easily moved to mercy, and is not the type to easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She's extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She has a calm demeanor, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is assertive, and she likes to take it easy. She tends to be a bit stubborn, or she tends to be a little bit tight with resources when working on projects, and she occasionally overindulges. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she starts to stutter when she's surprised. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. I don't get it. How's it stream's second worst nightmare? What's scary about giant kangaroo? What? My cat, or my parents' cat, eats kangaroo. All right. I think this dwarf is going to be my second miner. Tygo. Never eaten it. I wouldn't know. I've fed it to my parents' cat, though. Same god as before. Lun, god of law and weather. 73 years old, born on the 3rd of Opal, near 293. Sideburns, clean-shaven, medium-length mustache, arranged in double braids. Very long beard, neatly combed. Very long hair, arranged in double braids. Somewhat broad, short ears, free-lobed. Hair is flax, brown skin. Eyes are gold. And his eyes are slightly close set. Likes native copper, blue garnet, millstones and coins, and boogeymen for their terror-inspired antics. The trumpets of amethyst and absolutely hates mosquitoes. That is relatable. Personally respects the law and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Dreams of raising a family. Of whole roo for dog food. I've heard about kangaroos being like a major pest to society, but I don't know. I've never had the opportunity to eat one. Couldn't say I really want to, though. Nothing particularly about it where it's like, oh, this is something that I need to eat, you know? Just kind of, some people eat those, I guess. No, he wasn't. Yeah, no, it definitely was not. They fill the same niche as deer, so they're all over and get hit by cars? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say deer are all over, and they do get hit by cars, but no more than any other animal. At least not here. I wouldn't necessarily say that deer are all over and get hit by cars constantly here. They do certainly get hit by cars, but that seems like a bit of an exaggeration. At least from my immediate knowledge of deers and their antics. But I think that Tygo is going to get thrown in as our second woodcutter. And I think we'll give you butchery farming, or butchery tanning, cooking, and brewing. And then what do we have left? We got B-Lug left. I'll just quickly skim because I don't think he's actually here. And also, hey, manufacturing. Hope you're doing well. Personally, find sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and dreams of raising or mastering a skill. Same god as previously. It's a very popular god. Very, very, very popular, if I do say. Where there are no natural predators? No, totally. I mean, at least not for around here, anyway. I don't know. I don't think that I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think that goes for, like, literally everywhere. Maybe certain areas where they're super abundant, but at least around here, like, I don't know, we could use some more deer. She generally has unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Seems like a good dwarf. I think you can be mason / stone detailing. And I think this is where we're going to enter into the mountain. Kind of right here. I think the first thing I'm going to do is just cut this out. And you're alone in your belief. You are the only dwarf that doesn't worship the god of laws and weather. So yes, you are religiously isolated in this fortress. So chat, what would you guys consider a finished fort in this format of trying to just simply rebuild fortresses? Bedroom for every dwarf, and tavern, temple, and kitchens and food. That's kind of what I'm thinking is what's mandatory for a fort like this. Is there any clay above us? Doesn't look like it. We're just kind of digging underneath the road, because that's actually the road going right over top of us here. This faction was allied with elves, together waged wars against goblins and destroyed the goblin faction in 60 to 70 years. The first king took part in all those battles as leader and was killed at the start of the next war by the goblins, helping a dwarven faction defend the next goblin threat. Oh, damn. Okay, so this was like once kind of a, not really warmongery fortress, but definitely like a faction that did a lot in the way of fighting. To get a mason shop constructed. Any information like that's always welcome. And also something that I don't believe I've mentioned today. If you do have access to the document from the link that has been posted in chat, if you download it and follow along, you can help us learn little bits about the world, like that thing that Vin just put into the chat with the little details about how this faction was allied with the elves. I feel like this faction is pretty tight with the elves, just kind of the way they are situated. Like, there's quite a lot of elves around and they're not at war with them, so I kind of was running on that assumption anyway, but it's always kind of neat to know those little tidbits, you know? It's always kind of neat, because I can't, like, just go open up Legends live while I'm doing this, because, you know, it's not how DF works. Guild Hall? I mean, if they're requested, I guess. I'm not going to just build them. Lava cannons? Well, that is, like, defies the whole point of the conversation, so I will ignore that statement. The bare necessities? Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at, too. Just, like, bare necessities. Let's get them working on blocks, and I need a second mason shop. I'm thinking bare necessities like trading depot, all that stuff. Would you look at that? Flowers are blooming. Places to sleep, maybe a front gate, renewable booze, foods, and waters. Oh yeah, a hospital. We should probably have a hospital. And then we'll retire and make a new fort. And I'm going to be snapping screenshots as they pop up. Or as little bits of progress are made. Because it's fun. I quite like the way these little documents just build out. It's just kind of entertaining. But yeah, no, I definitely think that we should have bedrooms for, if not every dwarf, then most of the dwarves. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up here. Well, actually, let's say... Where's that road? Road goes that way? What's that face for? Diamond, what's up? 6, 7, let's say queue up 14 bedrooms, maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why wouldn't you get a bed? Because your dwarf is religiously persecuted? I doubt it. I mean, considering this faction was allied with elves for a very long time, I have a feeling that worshipping elven forces is probably pretty common for a dwarf. A proper jail should be a requirement. Yeah, we could do that. Although, do they necessarily need to be my normal style of doing jails where they're all really nice? Or could I do like, you know, more prison-y jails, which is just like a bunch of cages set up and used for law enforcement? Because if I'm allowed to do that, then I could go a lot faster. Although this isn't necessarily like a time trial per se. It's more of a, you know, we are trying to rebuild this faction for our own future entertainment, you know? That's kind of the hope, right? So we're trying to rebuild the faction. Something like that. I could do for little bedrooms. It's all pretty standard for the area. Yeah, I mean, like, they're generated based on the other dwarves in the region, right? At least that's how I always thought how it worked. 4 walls and a chain. 4 walls and like a handful of chains or ropes. I was kind of thinking cages because we could make nicer cages, but yeah, I mean, 4 walls and some chains will definitely work. So that'll kind of be our bedroom area. So this will kind of be like our central staircase area. Maybe not central staircase necessarily, but... And as always, if anybody has any questions or would like to know anything or are confused about anything that we're doing, just give me a shout. Let me know. Chains in the bedroom? I mean, whatever you're into, man. Depends on if you need to take photos or not. Stuff just slowly builds up. But Chad, how was your Friday? Let's do a little bit more chit chat now that we're just kind of building. How was Friday for everybody? It was just really nice to see my Oma after so long. It's like it's been a very long time since I've gotten to see my grandma on my mom's side, who's my German grandma. She's getting a little loopy, constantly pestering me about girls. Like, every single time they left me alone with her, which was once or twice because my mom had to go plug in the car and do some other things. Every single time I was left alone with my very elderly grandma, the first thing out of her mouth was, "So do you have a girlfriend?" And what's even better is she has early onset dementia. So not only that, but like also it was then followed by, she'd forget that she asked that question and then ask me again this next time I was, mom and my aunt left. So it was just kind of like that, but on repeat. That was my day yesterday. That and, finding out how much I owe for taxes and getting all that shit sorted. Just a normal Friday. Lots of fun. I wouldn't say I generally have lots of fun on Fridays. Usually Fridays are like kind of a just quiet day. I streamed a couple of records and then played some Risk of Rain with friends in the evening. This is fun. It's good stuff. Tomorrow will be pretty standard stream day, although I do have some stuff to do for my parents tomorrow. So I think we'll kind of do the tavern over here, maybe a temple up there, and we can put the drawbridge somewhere in here. We can make it work. Cool. So we do have 2 dwarves constructing rock blocks and 2 doing other things. So I'm going to make a carpenter's workshop, and we'll get some beds queued up here. We'll start pumping out some spikes. And I'm also going to quickly make us a trade depot. So this right here is the road. So I'm thinking we build the trade depot right next to the road. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? So I'll make that out of mudstone blocks, and I'm just going to give Tygo down here, I think, some architecture so you can go construct that without any trouble. And you know what? Since we're on you, Tygo, let's also give you masonry. Just so that you can just fully build it. And then I will remove masonry from you. What was your PB, Axon? One of these days, you'll just be like getting back-to-back wins in Tome. Mark my words. One of these days, you'll be one of those guys. Hey, Johnny, how's things? Good to see you. I'm not sure, Tyga. I don't have an answer to that. You'd have to check the to-do list over on Bay 12. The roadmap, which does exist and is public. You'd have to look at that. Building a new fort? Building a bunch of new forts today. So the whole plan for today is I want to rebuild a faction. So we're going to be doing a dozen, or maybe not a dozen. We're going to do a couple of forts today. So we're basically doing like shorter than the normal short forts because this faction, kind of a neat faction, has some neat history, as was talked about earlier in chat. They were allied with elves for many, many years and fought back against a goblin faction, this one, and pushed them all back and into destruction. And the only thing that this faction has left is this hillocks, this fort, not even a fortress, fort, Mannerheim, which is where the king and queen live, or the queen lives, and then Kralmire, which is a fortress I built. So quite literally, it's a fort, which isn't even a mountain home, a helix, and a fort that I built. So I'm thinking, let's try and get like a handful of forts down to try and bring this fortress back, or this faction back, to have another faction to play a little bit more with in this fortress. Run is still going? Oh shit, man. I need to like, I need to throw Tome into the rotation and just play through with a guide. That's what I really need to do with Tome, because I've never gotten good at Tome, and I would like to get good at Tome. But yeah, so that's what we're doing today. So in order to consider a fortress done, I need a functioning tavern, well, obviously with all the amenities. I need a renewable source of food and booze. I need a functional... where did Tygo go? I'm going to give you masonry again so you can go build that bridge. I need a prison, a temple, and a guild hall if they demand it. So there isn't a strict like amount of time that I have to spend here or anything, but that's kind of what we're looking at. Let's grab us a mechanic shop and get this hooked up to a cable. I think somebody else probably has mechanics, but we'll just do this real quick. Perfect. Let's get a bunch of mechanisms going and some beds going down here. You used to love that game? I've streamed it in the evenings before. I mean, I think I've done maybe 1 or 2 full streams of Tome in my life. I used to play it a lot back in the day. I never owned the Steam version up until I streamed it. I never got good at it. Like, I never really got to a point at Tome where I could get past tier 1 dungeons. So, like, I was always, like, fucking baby in that game. That being said, like, currently I'm still in the debate period of, do I like Dungeon Mans enough to keep with it to try and beat it? I don't know if I do. Like, I don't mind Dungeon Mans. I think it's fine. But it's, like, kind of missing something. And I can't quite place it. I can't quite place it. Let's see, what are you doing? You're a woodworker, Robotic Ronald? Let's give you that. Let you just go work on them walls. Get them detailed a little bit. Like, really bad? Yeah. I don't know if I'm necessarily really bad, but not good. I know that much for certain. Well, you know, say la vie. But how you been, Johnny? Hope you've been well. If you missed the majority of the stream tomorrow, just a heads up to everybody. Tomorrow's stream's going to just be an hour late. I'm just kind of rolling with that. The reason tomorrow's stream's going to be an hour late is because there's an F1 race and I want to watch it. Sorry. But that's about it. Aside from that, stream will be pretty much normal tomorrow. We'll just start 1 hour late. We'll probably just dive straight into Dwarfs and just skip records that day. I could like do a watch along, but nah. Not worth it. Just gonna start an hour late. Just jump in to gameplay, basically. That or do a tape or something. I don't know. Could start the stream with a heavy metal tape. Actually, maybe we'll do that. We'll start the stream with some short heavy metal tapes and then just dive in. Just have some fun. Be a good time. We're getting this built. I'm seeing dwarves passing out on the grass, which is fine. Let's do a little side room, I think. And I can make this side room like an office for a manager. And I can also put the front door lever in there. An artifact instrument? Dude, do you have the description? Can you screenshot the description and stick it in Discord? Because I'd love to see that. Artifact instruments are awesome. Some of my favorite artifacts I've ever had have been like, oh, it's a fucking piano. You know, it's like, wow, you made a fancy thing. That is cool. All right. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a lever into here. Kind of tempted. You know, I might actually make this like the manager's bedroom as well. I feel like that could be kind of neat. That sounds like the point where next time you play Axon, start a new character and run around the early stuff again. Just to remain warmed up. But I'm sure you'll be fine. Tome's a hefty game. It's a fucking hefty game. Kind of liking the feeling of this fortress so far, though. Also, if there's any, Vin, if you can dig up any interesting bits of lore, let me, or any interesting historical figures, let me know and I'll engrave images of them on the entrance of this fort. Like, what was the name of that king, for example? The king that died in battle. The second king didn't last too long. In 84, he was struck down by a dwarf raised dead. A necromantic force waged war against the zombies, incorporating his army and elves. Please tell me you're writing this down somewhere aside from just copying it into the chat. Zombie mantis people. Oh, God. Fucking mantis people. I've seen mantis people in this fortress, but in this world, but no zombie mantis people. It was a war against the Rainy Whips, a group of necromancers. And that war left our faction homeless in about a decade. Oh, wow. The necromancers snowballed quickly and no one came to our help. So this faction literally just got wrecked by a small group of necromancers, eh? What was the name of that first king? I'd like to engrave an image of them. Just because I think it would be neat. I'll have to take a peek at that instrument later, by the way, Ronald, because that's awesome. That's fucking cool, man. All that shit's way too fucking cool. Okay, so labored thins. Thank you. There we go. We're getting an image of our king drawn. Or of the first king drawn. Because, like, you know, this faction is kind of a little comeback story, you know? Like, the first war, they were allied with the elves and they fought back against the goblin hordes and eventually were able to take over them. But then in the early times of this world, a necromancer uprising just completely destroyed the entirety of this faction, which is kind of awesome, actually. Makes me real keen to try and rebuild them, even if it's just a little bit. I'm thinking, like, this week we build a bunch of forts and then we do kind of a bigger project with this faction next week. So, like, if this week we spend the week, like, building a couple of forts, I'm trying to think, where's the nearest necromancer tower? Like, there's a necromancer tower down here. Holy shit. Fucking 300 of them. That's a big population. But yeah, no, like, all of these are all destroyed elven factions that are now forest retreats or dwarven forest retreats. And then these are all just dead fortresses. I don't know. Dagger. Fucking Fortress of Danger Room? All right. Good job, Dwarf Fortress. Anyway, yeah, no, around here there's just like a whole bunch of destroyed fortresses. Another thing we could do is we could reclaim a couple fortresses today. I wonder, ooh, allies. I wonder if any of those are reclaimable. Because if they're reclaimable, we could also reclaim them. Like literally just reclaim a fortress, immediately save, and just move on to the next one. I think that might be a thing that we do today. I'll reclaim a fort, and then found another fort. So we'll try and reclaim as many forts from around as possible as well. I'm going to suspend this and do tables. And over here, I'm going to suspend this and do thrones. And then over here, I'm going to do bed, 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 bed. And then jump down here and then say spiked wooden balls. Repeat. Grave wall with king. Next. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Let's see what image we got. Engraved on the wall is an image of Cole Laboredthins, the dwarf and dwarves by Robotic Ronald. Cole is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cole Laboredthins, the position of king, the tool of twisting in year 1. And I get a progress shot here. Let's move a little further up. Doing a little bit of, you know, the dwarf fortress photography over here. Hang in there, dwarves. We'll get you guys bedrooms sooner rather than later. There we go. All right, I'm thinking about putting a bed in here. And that bedroom, or that room there, is going to be our expedition leader. So that'll be Robotic Ronald's bedroom, which is perfect because he's working on it anyway. And it'll be his bedroom and his office. And also have the, you know, front door lever. What time of year are we into? Midsummer? Traders pretty soon. Also probably a migrant wave, I would assume. Dwarves is thirsties. What do you guys think of this fortress so far? I think it's a pretty nice little starting spot. It's a good way to start off the day. And to those of you who enjoy just reading descriptions of new dwarves, there'll be a bunch of that today too. Robotic Ronald has claimed the position of expedition leader, and I will make this bedroom available and just give it to Ronald. Who, I'm sorry, you might be getting a bedroom before everybody else, Ronald, but this also means that you get to do more paperwork. So you're now a manager as well as the broker and the bookkeeper. So you get all the paperwork. But it does mean that you get your own lovely throne and lovely table. Both our allies got steamrolled by the same necromancer, so that's why they didn't aid us. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. I like that little story bit, by the way. That's kind of badass. And that'll be assigned to Ronald. And I'm going to go to bookkeeper and give you all counts accurate. I don't know why anybody would ever do not accurate counting, but apparently people do. I'm just going to let them finish digging this out, and then once they're done with that, then we will dig up a layer and move up to there. So far, so good. I think we'll... There's some dirt over here in the corner. Yeah, silty clay wall. We can do a little side wall down to where that dirt is, and that can be where we put our farms, I think. I'm glad that you'll gladly take the responsibility because you don't have a choice. You're getting it. No options, no ifs, no buts, no whys or whats. You're just getting them. You get all the jobs. God damn it. As if you had a choice. As if you had a choice. You know, I think I'm going to do something that I haven't done in a few months, chat room. I'm going to post my stream on the subreddit. Something I used to do quite frequently. But I kind of stopped because I felt like a lot of... other streamers kind of deserve the spotlight, but no one else has been doing it recently. So, Brahms, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around. Thank you for watching the Dwarf Fortress content. Like, if people didn't watch it, it wouldn't exist in the first place. If you would like to help this content, here's also a link to that Reddit thread that I literally just said I was making. But yeah, no, plans for today is probably pretty long stream since I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of forts. Since that is the plan. Our little fortress leader, our little expedition leader is already doing all of the work. Considering all he really did before was... manage the what's it called? All he did previously was smooth walls. This is a bit more of a workload for him. I'm just gonna let these dwarves come in and see how many we have. 2, okay. Shad, who's from our previous fortress, and Dumad, a brand new brewer. So we have a mason, another mason. What do you have equipped? You didn't bring a pick, did you? No, you didn't. Picks are very valuable here. But we do have an unnamed dwarf, so if anybody would like to be this newest dwarf, who is a brewer, who I'm also going to give stone detailing, raise your hand in chat. Psychon, I hope that you are doing fantastic, my dude. Psychon, the brewer. Signcon? I put an N in there, didn't I? She is married to Shad. Well, congratulations, you're Shad's wife. She is 60 years old, born on the 9th of Granite in the year 306. They recently came from my previous fort that I built in this world. Yes, they're going to detail you. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids, and her free-lobed ears are broad. Her head is somewhat narrow, and her hair is flax. Her skin is brown, and her eyes are, of course, gold. She likes electrum, tanzanite, crossbows, doors, and turkeys for their snood, whip vines for their length, and the words of the pages of scribing, and the sound of the trumpet of amethyst, and the sight of the satins of style. And when possible, prefers to consume brook lamprey, muck roots, and longland beer, reindeer's milk, and lettuce leaves, and she absolutely hates lizards. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Does personally values loyalty and personally values honesty and views loyalty unfavorably. Values self-control and does not particularly care about family one way or another. Let's see, anybody else show up? Or is it literally just the two of you? I think it's literally just the two of you. Welcome to the two new arrivals. I'm sure you'll make yourselves at home mighty quick. Thanks for the comment, Brahms. Hey, Pack, what's up? Hope things are well for you. Excellent day. I woke up very early and got blood taken, so it's been kind of a day so far. But, you know, kind of comes with the territory of my life, so, you know. Yeah, no, it is what it is. Living, surviving, chilling. Yeah, I hear a bunch of people had snowstorms kind of out of nowhere. Heard that from a couple people this morning. Snowstorm stuff. But we're done clearing out this area, so that means we can do this. That is next, once those two wake up. And then we can start making the bedrooms for everybody. And they're getting there. Let's get some doors built over here. Let's get some more doors built over there. But I got to watch F1 qualifiers, which was fun. Tomorrow's stream's going to be late because I'm going to watch the actual race. So I feel kind of bad about that, starting the stream an hour late to watch an F1 race. But come on, it's the first race of the season, and it's very rare that F1 actually like interferes with my stream schedule at all. So I'm not too worried about it. So I will just stream and do my thing. Just an hour later than normal. Euphoric due to inebriation, content after sleeping in a good bedroom. Feels satisfied after remember felling a tree. Robotic Ronald really enjoys falling trees. Where do you watch it? F1 TV is where I watch it. If you sign up with that link, I get $10 and you get a 20% discount for the year. It's cheaper than a Twitch subscription at tier 2. So it's sort of cheaper than a Twitch subscription. It's actually, honestly, quite a cheap thing if you're in one of the regions where you can watch it online. Otherwise, you have to go via Sky, which is not good. But if you're in one of the regions where you can watch it online, like if you're in North America, it's actually very affordable. And over on the Discord, we have a room called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms, which is literally just us yelling about F1. So every time there's a race happening, you'll just see F1 just fucking fill up, or that room just fill up with spoiler tags. And it's because we're all talking about the race. So it's also easy to keep up with if you have Netflix, because Drive to Survive on Netflix is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, that's where we watch them. Yeah, it's fun. It's good. Bahrain is where the next race is gonna be. Which is weird because they don't normally, start in Arabic countries. They normally start in Australia, but we still have this thing called pandemic happening, which makes that difficult. Spitalier, what up? It's good to see you. Doing a bunch of little embarks today because we're trying to rebuild a faction that I have gotten weirdly attached to. But how's things over in your neck of the woods, man? I hope pretty good. Seven dwarves at a time. 7 dwarves at a time. We're rebuilding a faction. Yeah. Third king ruled what was left of our faction for more than 100 years. He attempted to become a necromancer himself, but merely worshipping a deity of death and giving it to his prayers was not enough, and it seemed to become one. He died of old age and ruled 85 to 2228. And now we have a queen. The current queen is Mato, as in Gokang. But yeah, this being the second fortress I've done in this faction. Kralmire was the first fortress I did as part of this faction, so. All right, I'm going to need a little area down here for farming. I'm thinking we can put our tavern down in this area. Once I've, done digging out the bedrooms up top. Thinking tavern can be like this, maybe? Of the queen? Why don't you know what to make of her? It's kind of difficult for me to go read Discord. I mean, I can, but... Just an uneventful person? I mean, this whole faction seems kind of uneventful at this point. They don't really do much anymore. They're just kind of stuck in a fort. Sounds pretty chill, Spitalion. Well, better to be chill than to be, unemployed. I had a pretty standard Friday. Aside from that, I got to go see my Oma, who I haven't seen since really before the pandemic got bad. It was nice to see her after so long. But she's got early onset dementia, which is difficult to deal with. So that'll be our tavern right there. A little bit on the big side, but... Hey, Silvershe, what's up? Welcome back. You got pilot guide into the realms of ad-free viewing. Not sure if you were here when that happened, but... With Battletech bullshit? I mean, I don't mind that. I like some Battletech bullshit, Sometimes some Battletech bullshit's good. Farming's first, tavern second, so... Yeah, let's let them finish digging out the bedrooms, and we'll work on that. His bedrooms are currently not fully dug. So one thing at a time. Are both my miners asleep? Oh no, I just fucked up, apparently. I just fucked up. Whoops. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Hey, Gwillinix. It's going well. We're trying to rebuild a faction today, so I'm going to be doing a bunch of very short embarks. We're basically just getting the bare necessities set up and then moving on to the next fort. So, ideally, I think we'll do like 3 or 4 forts today, which will be fun. I'm also going to try and see if I can reclaim some forts for this faction to try and bring her back from the dead. Because once forts kind of get dead in Dwarf Fortress, they just kind of stay dead. Or once factions get dead, they just kind of stay dead. It's very... A fort in 15 minutes. Not quite that short. I mean, I've been here for like an hour now, I think. Maybe like an hour or 2 per. With the lever, and I'm only at 9 dwarves. We had 1 migrant wave of 2. So, Just getting the important shit done quickly. Haven't even moved my shit inside yet, though, so. Well, I mean, we're basically, like, just manufacturing a whole bunch of, We're manufacturing, what's the word I'm looking for here? A bunch of helixes, right? Because the way fortresses spread and grow is they build helixes, right? And they don't always do the best job of actually building them post world gen. So we're going to try and speed up that process just a little bit. It's not a new thing. There's been speedruns of Dwarf Fortress on speedruns.com for about as long as speedruns.com has existed. Fun percent, which is just kill all 7 dwarves, is like 30 seconds. Which I think I could. I've watched it and I've eyeballed it and gone, I could do that faster. It's basically just like build a circle and then cave in on top of your dwarves. Well, you have to install the game, extract it, generate a world, and then cave in on all 7 dwarves. Which I could probably do it. I mean, then there's also hell percent, which is dig down to hell, which is just kind of a lot of RNG. Because for all DF speedruns, you kind of have to generate the world as part of it. But what are you doing? Just chilling? No job? Do you not have stone working? You do. I guess there's nothing that needs to be stone detailed. Or rather, could do some more of these. Let's get some beds and doors put in. Could do it faster with the drowning pit, maybe? No. Cave-in's faster. I don't know. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where you can't really speedrun it, so the speedruns that people do, because people will speedrun everything, are just gonna be a bit of a stretch. Is kind of how I see it, so, like, I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll try and beat one of the... I'll just put a day into it and just try and beat the kill all 7 dwarves percent, set up the live split and everything, and just do it. Because I could probably do it faster. I feel like I could. I'm pretty confident in that. And haven't touched Startopia so far. Keep an eye on those reviews. I don't know how great that game is. I haven't played it myself, but watched Bellinaire play it yesterday for about an hour and got extremely motion sick. So, I don't know how good that game is. So this will just be a free bed. That'll be a free bed, and that'll be a free bed. Dwarves will claim them pretty quick, I think. Looks like everybody's busy, which is good to see. Next thing to do after this is Tavern, which will be that weird stomach-shaped room. And it looks like traders have arrived to trade from the mountain home. I'm wondering, actually, who the actual merchants are going to be. That's something I'm kind of curious to see. See if any of my dwarves show up as merchants. That's a very, 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 very small set of wagons, too. Because metal is a very rare and valuable resource here. Ah, nobody named. Darn. Zon Lukumbumrek, the outpost liaison. We're going to need to give them a lot of stuff, I think. Well, that's good. I'm glad. I've seen very mixed responses to that game. Some people seem to like it, and some people really seem to hate it, so I don't know. I would be careful with that. Shad and Psychon immediately claiming a bed to their own. Of course they would. A couple would like to spend some quality time together, I think. Spiky coffee wood balls. Let's get them spiky coffee wood balls over there real fast. Damn, Johnny. If you're in chat right now, that's amazing looking. Also, having a glance at the queen. Kind of did nothing. So the current queen kind of just does nothing for this faction. I just took a glance at the screenshot that was posted. Kind of just does nothing. Diamond, why do you make me hate everything that I build? Why do you do this to me? Like, I make something, I'm like, I like the way this looks. And then you're like, this is what it looks like to me. And I'm like, thanks, I hate it. With literally everything. Literally everything. Come on, man. Give me a break. Zom Lokam Bomrek says, I am your outpost liaison. Let's discuss your situation. World is the same as ever. Not much changes around here. What requests do you have of our merchants? Iron. And anvils. Thank you. I hate it too. Yeah. Yeah, your fiance just saw this and she loves it. Says that she wants it as a wallpaper. What? The image that Diamond posted on Discord? I mean, if you insist. Not the beautiful artwork that Johnny posted. The fucking nightmare fuel shit that Diamond posted. All right, whatever gets your blood pumping, I guess. Farewell, Robotic Ronald. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Assuming I'm still playing by the time they get here next year. Let's get ready to trade. Just wait for them to stop hauling all those. Once they kind of go back to their tasks, yeah, that should be good. There we go. It's plenty of spiky balls. Ooh, steel bars. Fancy. All right, what did they bring? Did they bring us anything of use? A cat. Okay. A duck. Okay. A piggy and a dog. Okay. Okay. What else did they bring? I'm looking for axes. Bronze pick, perfect. Iron pick, perfect. Battle axe, yes. Bronze pick, perfect. Bronze pick, perfect. Steel warhammer, bronze short sword, copper mace. Bismuth, bronze spear. Take that bin of cloth. And them anvils. So it makes her very happy. All right. Not going to knock what other people like. Not going to be that guy like I normally am. Bunch of dwarves are still sleeping outside. Come on, guys. Come on. There's beds up here. Should go claim them. Never mind. They've all been claimed already. Still working on more beds. Makes clay heads with tongues sticking out of the eye sockets. That sounds like something I wouldn't want to sleep next to. I would be slightly concerned about your girlfriend, but also, based on your artistic ability, Johnny, I have a feeling she probably is quite the artist as well. Also, I would agree with Gwilyn. Sounds like a keeper, but slightly concerning. Just ever so slightly. Slightly, minorly, pseudo concerning. Also, I love it when people are asking questions over on Reddit because I'm not exactly capable of answering questions in a particularly quick format. When people leave comments on the Reddit thing, it's like, just pop in a chat and ask. But there's a person's like, why does he want so many anvils? It's because there's no metal here. We have a bunch of new migrants. And this is actually like a bigger one. Shrimp Sama from previous Fortress showed up, which is cool. I don't think there's any other named ones. Yeah, the rest are all unnamed. So if anybody wants a dwarf, we can get more dwarfs in here. Which is interesting, because somehow they've managed to actually have enough metal to have metalsmiths and metal crafters. But there's very little metal in this world. You notice it standing in the hallway? Wait, it's standing? Is this like a full-size person model? Because that is terrifying. It's on a metal pole. That's even worse. It just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse. Can you post a picture on the Discord of this weird severed head? Because I would like to see it. Someone brought a chicken and it grew to be a hen. Okay, what else do we have? Gosling, a hen. Oh, I've still got a llama? Apparently I've got a llama and a donkey and a water buffalo. All right, I should probably pasture those somewhere. I'm kind of way too excited about the reworking of rooms. Also put those there. We'll move those later, though. Yakbull's fighting with what? Oh. We hunted a yak. I need to make a butcher shop. Apparently there are wild yaks. And a tanner shop. Fortress grows pretty quickly. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. I'm gonna forbid the spiky ball for a second there. Can you get a Vinbini or something? Vinbini! I mean, I can just give you a Vin. Do you have any preference on job? We got the hunter, the woodcutter, another engraver, and a few armorers and weaponsmiths. Oh, apparently we have no ammunition. Whoopsies. Accidentally hit the hotkey combo to pop up the G-Force experience, which is something that nobody wants. Really? But I totally have a bunch of ammo. Okay. Take the weaponsmith. I guarantee you won't get that job this evening, but you had an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance, and it was set, and you were interested remembering that. Vim! She was interested remembering having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. Within the last season, she felt fondness after talking with an acquaintance and felt satisfied at work. She personally has a great respect for fairness, doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and dreams of mastering a skill. Very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She has a calm demeanor, lives a fast-paced life, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and tends to not reveal personal information. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Is moved by art, natural beauty, and she's troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, often feels lustful, and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She generally acts impartially and rarely is moved to mercy, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship, blows her breath out when she's annoyed, needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Oh, good lord, those are kind of horrifying. But also kind of amazing? But still, that is kind of horrifying. If anybody wants to see those severed heads that we were referring to, go look at those on Discord. Kind of cool, but also kind of horrifying. Slowly smoothing. How many dwarves are we up to? 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good for right now. We're going to need to make some more beds, though, I think. Going to need to make some more beds, though, I think. Needs logs. Right. Kind of in a rush. Oh, sweet. That's plenty. Let's get a little farm plot going in the corner here. Oh, wow. Okay. Actually, it's space for 2 small farm plots, which is all that we really need. There we go. Then I can put a little seed stockpile over here. Yep. There we go. Let's just jump over to the food sec. That hasn't been populated yet. Merchants will be leaving soon. We already traded with them, so they're more than welcome to leave. Let's just get plump helmets going on the first one. Second one we can do... Thinking plumps, pigs. Same for the third one. Plumps, plump, pigtail. There we go. Dunzos. One at a time. Nice and quick. Nice and easy. Now, next thing we need to do is we need to build that tavern. Well, those are all getting smoothed up top. Make some more bedrooms. If anybody has anything that they want me to do, or if you want to dwarf, or if you have any questions, give me a shout. You know, "This is Bobby's inside" is one of the creepier sentences I've read in a while, Johnny. Can you get a dwarf? Sure. Do you have any job preferences? I've got an engraver. It's kind of the closest thing to an artist I can think of. It's a woodcutter, a hunter, an armorer. Just note that I won't be in this fort for very long. Woodcutter's great. Good stuff. Currently felling a bunch of trees. Johnny, she feels satisfied after felling a tree, but was bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long. You have a pet gosling, and you worship the god of laws and weather. You have one kill. You killed a capybara in Kralmire, which is one of my previous fortresses. She personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, finds romance distasteful, and sees merrymaking as a waste. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday. She tends to hang on to grievances and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, which is generally true. And she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions of her practical applications, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and is sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence. Blows her breath out when she's annoyed and when she's exasperated. Most often shakes her finger. She laughs loudly when she's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Small day fort is small. Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know, bit of an experiment day, I guess. Messing around with the format once again. I'm also just kind of curious to see how well this works. I'm just making a whole bunch of little forts and seeing how much it, like, that translates over to actual faction growth, I guess. That part's going to be kind of cool to watch. See how much that translates. All right. You know what? I'll just let them finish smoothing this. Once they're done smoothing all of this, then we'll go through and get all of that done. Because I think all of these bedrooms that we currently have here are ready to go. Yeah, they are. I just need the dwarves to claim them and take them. I'll put a still over here. And a kitchen over here. And I'm going to put a food stockpile over here. Just a normal ass food stockpile for everything except for, well, the obvious seeds. There they go. And then this, we're going to start making some barrels. You know, in this fort, we could probably live almost entirely off of harvesting food from that lower swamp area. I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to get any snow up on the hill and if we get any snow down in the swamp. Kind of curious to see how all that goes. Because there's a very real possibility we don't actually get any snow down in the swamp, but we do get snow up top, which could be very cool looking. Snail? What? Oh, does this look like a snail to you? I don't get it. But then again, you guys seem to think that all of my forts look like all these various super complex images, and I'm just like, I have no idea what you're talking about. The vast majority of the time. Oh, Snall. I see. I see. Snull. You're making fun of Stone's typo. I get you. I get you. I'm figuring out. I get it. I'm gonna add it. Oh boy. I mean, this kind of looks like a snail. Kind of does. Or a heart. Yeah, I could see a heart. I also see the lungs. Now, my forts always end up either looking like weird internal organs or some bizarre warped vegetable. So internal organs or internal organs. So my recommendation is don't squint at my forts too long because they'll just start to look like intestines. And nobody wants that. Gary coming in 3 minutes. Yeah, I was expecting that one. The second I said snail. We're going to go down here. And we're going to go gather some plants. Because I know for a fact there's dwarves with gathered plants, so they'll go deal with that. God, I haven't watched an episode of SpongeBob in a very, very, very long time. SpongeBob was one of those shows where I never fully understood the appeal of it, I guess. Never fully got it. I also never watched enough to, I guess, fully get it. And now, as a grown-up, I don't really have the, I guess, desire to care. Yeah, that's where I'd put it at this point. It's like I don't know if I care enough to even try and figure out why people like that show. I don't know if that's necessarily a good or a bad thing, but I feel kind of like I missed it, I guess. Missed the boat on that one. All right, so I'm going to smooth all those walls. And that'll be where we put the tavern living space. Still trying to figure out where we're going to put a temple. Maybe in the big round meeting room. That was going to be storage and crafting, though, so I don't know. All right. Got a few more spots I see that I've missed. Go around the back here. They'll get it all done. They're being pretty quick and efficient about it. I'll just plop beds in these just so I can get them assigned. Got a bunch of doors that I can place in. So all of the dwarves that are not, sleeping or smoothing right now, or doing one of the other tasks around this fortress can go do this. Can actually queue stuff up now, which is kind of cool. And I don't see anybody gathering plants. I know some dwarves have that job assigned, so it's a little weird that no one's doing that. All right, it's been 3 minutes, Diamond. Where's my Gary? I'm waiting on Gary. You haven't posted Gary yet. I'm very disappointed. You need 420. You need 420 to version it? Okay, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That's all you get, man. 4 minutes and bad joke seconds later. And I'm actually just going to go down here and brew drink from plant. Let's put that on a repeat. Get her going. It won't fit. You need more time. I need more. You put the time limit on it. You promised Gary in 3 minutes. It's been more than 3 minutes. If you don't make your rooms circles, they always end up looking like penises? So wait, what? you make your dwarf fortress bedrooms like this? I'm trying to like visualize what kind of rooms you're making. I don't know what you mean by circles. Those would be big rooms. And they're just smoothing. Come on, dwarves, get to it. Chop, chop. Nice and quick. You know, these dwarves are not slow, but they're not exactly fast. All right, hopefully everybody has bedrooms now. All 17 of these bloody dwarves. Let's just grab you and just give you plant gathering. There you go. Civilization ain't rebuilding itself, absolutely, right? If it's not geometric, it's penis shaped. You need to stop seeing penises in everything. Maybe this is something you need to discuss with your therapist. That everything that you see just looks like a penis. Certainly sounds like something you should discuss with your therapist. That, or maybe you just have preference and it's just imagery you enjoy seeing. So thus, naturally, you just make things that look like that because it's something that you enjoy the visuals of. Oh, probably Gopher. For penises. I'm sure it's probably a thing. I don't know. I will make forts and chat will accuse me of making dicks and I'll just be like, what? That doesn't look like a dick. I see mine every day. It looks nothing like that. You got something? It's not posted yet. You lied to me. How dare... Oh, you put it in memes. Okay. Fair enough. It's something. Also, can I just say that, like, Anander is doing God's work with these, just, like, taking my random faces out of context and just, like, captioning them, because those are fucking funny. Those are fucking funny, and more people need to do those. I was getting good chuckles out of those the other day. I have a bunch of puppies. And also this water buffalo. I'm going to slaughter the water buffalo, the donkey, the llama, and the other llama. So we'll have something to nom on for a bit, because we're kind of almost out of food. Which currently is not ideal until we get a harvest. All of our plants have been planted, but it's just all of the mushrooms have been planted. It's just a matter of, like, you know, chilling out until those are ready to go. Also, worth noting, chat, thank you, everybody who got here early, by the way. It's kind of a quiet start to the stream today, but thank you all the same to everybody who, you know, tunes into these streams in this little channel, because, you know, it's... without an audience, there is no show. So, you guys are half of the work right here is the fact that you guys show up. So thank you to those of you who tune into these streams and, you know, make little fan art out of it, or just hang out and talk in the chat, show up to bitch at me about something, watch the YouTube videos, because that's my livelihood and I get to do this full time. Never thought that that would be a thing that I'd get to do. So, cheers. We're out of drink / producing plants. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just rambling about some sort of nonsense right now. All right, let's get all this cleared out. This cleared out. This cleared out. And that cleared out. That'll be the area that they work on next. Although, I'd like you guys to do this wall up here first. Hello, Norstat. How's we? I'm just here to lurk and occasionally throw random amounts of money at you. I mean, you can occasionally throw random amounts of money at me. It's just don't break your bank account. You got a bunch done, got outside on a nice day. Maybe have lost a cop who wanted to give you a ticket, like you just outsped him. Because that's impressive if you outran a cop. That's ballsy. Yeah, I did nothing much of value yesterday outside of visiting with my Oma for the first time in a long time, because she's been fully vaccinated. And although she'd forgotten she'd been vaccinated, which is kind of says a thing or two about how she's doing. But anyway, visited her, and now I know how much I owe in taxes, which is nice, I guess. I went and did my taxes yesterday, so I got that done. I do owe money, but it's not much, which is nice. So I got to go do that. Although it was kind of funny because my tax lady, of course, she always has one or two very funny things that she says to me. And this year she was like, you know, you should be careful about making too much money because then you'll have to owe a lot. I'm like, but what? Yeah, my Oma on my mom's side has early onset dementia, so she's starting to forget short-term memory stuff. Do I even remember the context? Absolutely not. I make some fucking funny faces and don't remember why I made them. Sometimes it's like I'm not even like saying anything. I'm just thinking about something. Like, it's just what I do. If you snipe things out of context, they often end up way funnier than they actually are. All right, let's make a tavern. That's a temple, not a tavern. I'm a dumb. Remove that. Well, rather. In tavern, not temple. The crystalline fragrance. Sure. They're doing a good job with my Oma, though. I think that like they have like a sign in front of her reminding her what day it is and what time to watch all of her shows. My aunt is doing a good it's taken her a little bit, but my aunt is kind of stepping up to the plate and taking care of that shit, which is nice to see. Even though I've had some major frustrations with her over this year because she's not very tech savvy. So like, and also like doesn't seem to understand the fact that other people have schedules. So there was certainly some times where like we would try and set up like video calls and whatnot during pandemic, and wouldn't be particularly easy to do that because she's, like I said, not super tech savvy, but it's gotten easier since. So there's that. Let's make a bunch more mechanisms. Think about making some cage traps. What kind of animals do we have running around these days? Wild boars. Gotcha. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, especially like if I'll be reading an email, like a lot of the weird faces that I make on stream is because like I'll see something pop up in another screen or on this screen and I'll just be staring at it and then chat will screenshot me because I look funny. But, you know. Speaking of, now I need to get caught up on what Goffer's typed in. We're living with her like 15 years ago for 2 years, and she already showed signs of developing. When I moved out, you had a long walk about it with your uncle and father, and that they should take her to the doctor because it can get serious. 15 years later, and they never took her because they just don't want to. That sucks, man. That fucking sucks. Yeah, I've certain there's parts of my family too where I'd rather not like, you know, disclose too much stuff, but there's definitely parts of my family where I'm very frustrated with things that they've done or alternatively, you know, haven't done. But this isn't one of those, fortunately. The amount of things that people don't do because they just don't want to is something that like I try my best to just ignore, because if I revel in the stuff that people don't do because they just decide to not do, the world gets a lot harder to deal with. And I have problems with like despairing about shit when it comes to society and humanity, and I need to just like not pay attention to any of it, because if I focus on that shit too much, then I won't like being around this world very much anymore. All right, we're pulling all the stuff inside now. I would like to melt down those anvils. I don't know if I'm going to get to that, but we'll see. Low on the priority pool. Low on the priority pools, that's for sure. Yeah, no, totally, man. Like, it's... That's all I can say, is it's just... Family, you know what I'm saying? Can't live with them. Would hate to live without them. Certainly can't live with them, though. The fuck? What is that? Is that a chicken nugget? Sorry, but what is that? Like, what? What even? All right, I should probably do a progress shot. A nugget bar. What? You say that like it's a thing that I should have heard of. A Mickey D blurry nugget. Sure, yeah. You could say that. That is indeed what it looks like. I should make a craft store shop. I'm also going to set up rock coffer, 40, and rock cabinet 20. And jump over here. Okay, cool. They're still working on them doors. Got a bunch of doors left to do. The Nugget for tavern name? No, obviously the tavern is called the Crystalline Fragrances, not the Nugget. If anything, it would be like the chicken leg, because it looks more like that. It's a pretty little fort so far. I like it. It's a pretty little fort so far. And the dwarves in here are super goddamn busy. That's like something that Zest would call one of his forts. But then again, I watched Zest once name a fortress Balls the Baller Balls. Deep in balls. Of the balls. What's that? That's his naming conventions. I'm not super into that shit. Cancels hunt once again. What are you using to hunt with? Oh, we're just straight up out of ammunition this time. Great. Wonder what you were hunting. Guess wild boar, probably. Oh shit, I thought I set this to be smooth. I guess I didn't. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I'm tired of staring at the word nugget. Please understand. And we're kind of lurky today anyway, so. Because I've found that, like, I've eaten my fair share of chicken nuggets in my life. They kind of taste metallic. Like, and not in a good way. Like, they taste like metal to me. And that's not, you don't really want your food to have like kind of a tinfoil aftertaste. That's kind of the way they taste to me now. So, no. Not naming the tavern the Nugget. You're a tender / wings guy? I'm kind of neither. I don't know. I mean, like, when it comes to like pub food, because that's kind of what that stuff is it fair to say that I'd rather have deep fried pickles? It's better for the sauce? Sure, but like if I'm getting something to dunk in sauce, I'd rather get like nachos though. You know, like chips. Chips are great in sauce. That are above restaurant quality? Okay, like I'm thinking like pub style wings. But yeah, no, like if you can make wings at home, hell yeah. Chips are terrible for your teeth? Yeah, okay, that's fair. Like that kind of crunch. Not necessarily the best for long-term health of the surface of your teeth. How about cauliflower though? Cauliflower or like broccoli. I think cauliflower and broccoli are delicious. All right, we need to go down a bit, I think. Right, so next thing we need is a temple. kind of want to put the temple up here. Just feel like that would be kind of fun. A little temple up top. And I can put a little entrance to the temple right here. Shrimp Sama's digging. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't have that issue. But I don't know. When I'm in a pub, wings are like almost always my last decision in it, or my last choice. And like, I feel like every time I've ordered wings in the past, I've just been disappointed. Maybe I've just gotten unlucky, but I don't know, man. I don't trust wings generally. They've turned on me more times than I can count. Is a hot dog pub food? Hot dog is like after the night's over, you've left the pub and you're walking to your bus stop, train station, public transport, or rideshare service, and you're just not functional and you need more food and you don't know where, and there's a hot dog stand on the side of the road and it's terrible hot dogs, terrible food, but it's what you need right then and there. That's hot dog food for me. That's a hot dog. Offered grilled jalapenos. I'll take grilled jalapenos any day of the week over wings. Because your friends are so much better. Yeah, that's also true. Once you've had like amazing handmade, homemade wings, every other like I went to Buffalo Wild Wings for the first time in Seattle a couple of years ago, and was terribly disappointed by the utter trash that place is, considering how highly people speak of it. Like everybody speaks about it like it's this great thing. It's like, no, this shit's absolute garbage. What the fuck's wrong with you people? I've seen those. Yeah, we need to get that for Bel Air. Subscription service for hot dog, or not for hot dogs, for spices and hot sauces. I've seen those where it's just like they just send you like a taster's thing. That's something else I've never gotten into, but I feel like I would enjoy it, is the like enthusiast like level hot sauces. There was somebody who used to watch this stream actually who worked for a specialty hot sauce shop, and all they sold was hot sauces. And it was just like, you know, a retail gig, right? But like, he would talk about some of the hot sauces that they sold, and it was fascinating sounding. Constantly like trying to find the hottest sauces, and like the regulars that would come in and like on shipment day and just buy out their entire new stock. It's like, huh. It's like this world that I was never really familiar with. Somehow you just don't like him. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you. Like, I don't know. Nuggets, I dislike at this point. Like, I will actively avoid eating nuggets. I won't say no to wings, but they're never going to be my first choice. Wings is like the last part of a chicken you'd eat. Yeah, I mean, it's the worst part of a chicken. And like, chicken's not my favorite meat by any stretch, so. All right, so this is going to be our temple. to no specific deity. Cruz Stoker. Sure. You know, I've never actually eaten chicken feet. Actually, that's not true. In soup, I have. But I've never just had, like, grilled chicken feet. So, yeah, no, I guess chicken feet would be the last part of a chicken I'd eat, because I've literally never eaten chicken feet. Chicken feet are not a part of the chicken. I don't know if I could agree with that, Copper. I don't know if I could agree with that. Is there anything on chicken feet aside from, like, skin and some cartilage, though? Yeah, no, I'll pass. I'll pass. That would fall under the same kind of, it's like chicken boots. More for you, I guess. Like, what do you mean? Because, like, fat fucks me up in a way that yeah, I'm good. I would also have wings before feet, too. But no, I've had deboned chicken feet in pho before, Vietnamese soup. But I think that's about it. You'd eat the feet if you were stranded. If you were stranded on a desert island and just happened to have a butcherable chicken, you would eat the feet. Okay. I mean, fair. I would eat my left arm if I was stranded on an island. So that's not exactly a high bar. An elven caravan has arrived. I don't have anything to trade them, unfortunately. But I don't really want to start any wars, so... All right, well, we said that I needed a hospital, so we'll do that now. And I guess for a hospital, I'd need a traction bench, so... let's do 3. I should have the stuff. Portable survivor snacks, your arms? Yeah, exactly. They grow back, right? Needs table. I swear to God, I'd literally have been making tables. I guess they just haven't gotten to them yet. Yeah, I mean, I'm good. I don't know. It feels like... Okay, this is just going to be me being a shitty hippie for a second here. It kind of feels like that's an awful lot of chickens that you need to kill just to have a snack. You know? Which is kind of always the way I've felt about wings. It's like, oh, chicken wings. There's 40 chicken wings in this bowl. All right, so that's 20 chickens? That's a lot of food. Holy shit. That's kind of my problem with that sort of stuff. Is it's like, Jesus, that's a lot of... Chickens need to be demolished for the making of this bowl of wings. No, totally. But there are whole businesses based around the fact that we have leftovers, which means we're already butchering way too much. I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, we could do better. Yeah, and it's an industry that should be slowed down, Newsroom. There's lots of industries that should be slowed down, though. It's the same reason I try and eat very little red meat. Perdeaux has a secret base somewhere filled with 8 winged chickens. You know, the sad part is that actually wouldn't surprise me. If they've just like bred chickens that have like an extra dozen wings on their back. The boneless chicken ranch, yeah. Just like globs of weird gelatinous feathered meats. Speaking of globs of weird gelatinous feathered meats, we have more dwarves arriving. And a yak, from the looks of things. Damn, that's quite the migrant wave. Holy shit. It's a lot of crafts dwarves. Please stop sending crafts dwarves. I don't want to make you a guild. I might have to, though. Holy shit. There's a lot of dwarves in this faction. Here, you have mining. Help us out. I can't wait for synthetic meats. I was reading about meat matrices the other days, which is just like a web of grown meat in a meat matrix inside of a giant spire. It's like it's the most science fiction-y thing I've ever seen pictures of. It's just like a giant tube, and on the inside of it is just like webs of what look like tiny little wires or threads, and there's just like meat just gelatinously growing off of it. It's like the end of like Inside, the video game, and it's kind of amazing. That's the only side effect. Spitalier. Soylent Green is people is the second oldest spoiler right next to "No, Luke, I am your father," except everybody forgets that Soylent Green is a movie. It's people. Soylent Green is people. Wonder if that movie holds up. Wonder if the book holds up. Because it's like spoiler as old as time. We all know how that story ends. There's a lot of classic science fiction film that I haven't seen in a while. Let's get more drinks brewing. Mountain goat is fighting. With what? Ah, bronze bolts. Being fired by my dwarves. And we ran out of ammo. All right, dwarves, come on, chop chop. We need to get out of here. Hey, stupid. What's up? How thing be? Of course. Oh, shit. Not what I was expecting. The defended denomination now has many members in Violetgems and requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished, with the new position being appointed by you. Approve. All right. All right. Maybe that's our end game. Let's get that temple built. That'll be our temple down here. Underneath the anything goes temple. The free-for-all temple. The all-you-can-eat temple, if you will. I wonder if they got those traction benches built. I don't know. Looks like they did. Perfect. There's one. Let's also get one of them doors in there. Got a cabinet we can place in here. And a coffer. Which means the expedition leader gets his furniture set up. You have a good day at work tomorrow, Spitalier. And please continue posting Battletech bullshit. Because I like the Battletech bullshit. Even if I don't respond to it, it makes me smile. Can't build traction bench. Needs table. Well, they literally just finished building another one, so... Also, we might just be in need of more wood. Nope, we got plenty of wood. Build a little wood stockpile down here. Just chill here as those dwarves bring up all of that wood. I'm trying to think, what do we still need? We've got bedrooms. Not everybody's bedroomed, but most of the dwarves are bedroomed. Got the tavern. Got a temple. About to get a hospital done. Then I think we can go make a new fort. I don't have much to read, but I'll read what I can. Cheese thinks milk doesn't make a cat poop. Iron doesn't care if cheese smells like brick cheese. Help, there are cheesy cheeses everywhere. It is raining in Florida. Pickles make words. There you go. Okay, that one I do like. That one I do like. That one I do like. Quality. You can't come up with anything that excites you? Oh, that's not good. Oh no, Psychon's depressed. What are you depressed about? Annoyed after having a drink without a goblet cup or mug. I thought I queued up. I guess I didn't. Well, let's make some rock mugs. Well, if someone else doesn't grab the job. There you go. Someone's got the job. Hopefully you can go be happy, Dwarf. Uh-oh. Weird little lag spike. Where'd that come from? All right. Those pomegranate wood beds. This. Hospital. There you go. And plop some of those in here. Got a couple of ropes set up over here. Really? I only have the one? All right, well, that'll be our prison. Temple area is dug out. But yeah, to anybody who's just tuning in, the whole point of today is we're just trying to rehabilitate a pretty dead faction. By just making a whole bunch of really small little forts. With all of the basics. All of the minimums. Everything that a small fortress would need to function. Making a bunch of them. Oh, that's why we ran out of chains, because I'm making traction benches. Duh. All right, well, let's shut that down. We got the 2-pack traction benches, which is plenty. Do a second. Couple tables for surgery, even though I'm pretty sure that's not actually how surgery works. Let's see how that Dwarf is doing. Yeah. arguments seem to have really hurt this dwarf. This dwarf got into multiple arguments and not particularly happy about it. This is what it is, though. We'll do what we can do. Rock altar. Question is, what do we do next in this little overworld? And we have our first possession, which is fun. Which is Kivish, a farmer. Probably a Craftsdorf shop, I would think. Now the age-old question, what's this dwarf going to make? Yep, Craftsdorf shop. Any bets on the thing that this dwarf creates? Grab some bones and there we go. I'm thinking bone crown, bone scepter, bone ring. Bone earring. Getting a little lag space because of how big the map is. Bone skeleton. A bone? A bone-er. You want to know a true story, user? And back when I got Twitch partner, I ended up going with like crypt for my emotes, right? Oh, hey, Dusum, the armorer is giving birth to a girl. How adorable. Who's dad? Kivish, the farmer who's currently in the strange mood. Hence, the strange mood, obviously, is because they just had a brand new baby girl. Oh, adorable. Anyway, I tried to get the emote prefix boner, or bone specifically, because I wanted to, because all my emotes, or a lot of my emotes were skeletons at the time, right? So I could have bone L and bone R. Because, you know, I like being horny on main, I guess. Kivish Ukurlogim, the farmer, created indoor Uvar, but I couldn't have it because another Twitch partner already has it. So, a mule bone grate, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Dusum Wheel Mirrored. Anybody want to look up who Dusum Wheel Mirrored is? I'll screenshot this and just chuck it into the progress doc for this little fort. But it's a good little grate. It's a good little grate. I'm gonna put it in the temple, I think. Let's have a peek. Nobody guessed a grate, so that's the best part. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of mule bone. The howls of lulling. Should howl and lull, chat. Great little artifact. And you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna wait for them to put it away. I just needed to get put away first. Ah, there it is. And they'll see it every time they walk into the temple. It's just a dwarf born in 270 in 271. Well, I mean, just a dwarf born in 271 is still a dwarf born in 271. It's interesting, though. Must have just been like a general relative then. Temple. The defended denomination. Damn. Yeah, the weather and laws. The Tangled Cathedral is the name of this space. And we just need to get it up to the value of temple. So we need to increase the value a little bit. And because it's a Lun stable reign is the god that this faction worships, which is, or the god that this religion worships. I think I would assume still lives in Kralmire then. Just gonna do a little pattern of engravings on the ground. Just gonna let them do whatever. Those white dwarves must be ghosts. Ghosts would be N's. So it would be like a little N with a little doohickey above it. So they'll stand out. So trust me, those are definitely not ghosts. Also, we haven't had a single death yet in this fortress. Although we do already have 37 dwarves. Which is kind of a lot. Feels like a lot, I guess. I don't know. Kind of feels like a lot. Is that an image of that grate that was just made? Yeah, it is. Vim made a image on the ground of the grate that's over by the door there that was just made. Yeah, I'm not using... Well, this is Krug Smash's tile set, but I've modified it, so it's not Krug Smash's tile set. Which is, like, you know, it's a fine assumption to make, but there are some things in this tile set that are not Krug's tile set. So, like, he has, like, those little spooky monster things that look kind of like a woo for, like, night creatures and ghosts and stuff. I just use the traditional N from the way it looks. Oops. The priesthood of the defended domination is ready to be recognized from the location menu. Which is such a short thing that most people will miss it. So here's the question. Who do we give the priesthood to? I think we give it to the expedition leader. Who, if I recall correctly, is still Robotic Ronald. Sign priesthood. The Sacred Help. Yeah, we're gonna give it to Robotic Ronald. So Ronald is now a religious leader. Not a bad little route, I think, for Ronald to go, I think. He's currently just chilling there. Yeah, no, totally. I think that when you're playing with tile sets like Vitalinger, the world map will still just be default. Oh, hey, look, a little elf. Quathari. Nami Sipali. Would you look at that? Also, there's a lot of Kias outside. Whole lot of Kias. Ghastly creatures. Yeah, I don't know how either, if it is possible. I've never really tried to figure out, though, because I kind of like ASCII, but... It's more reasons for those of you who like that stuff to just look forward to the Steam version, you know? Because that world map for the Steam version looks real nice. All right. The thing that I've found, though, especially after, you know, playing vanilla and using this tile set and a few other tile sets for so long is I just look at Dwarf Fortress and it just moves like Dwarf Fortress. Like, it just looks like Dwarf Fortress now. Doesn't matter what tile set you're using. It just looks like DF. Like, there's certain means play. Oh, really? Interesting. Like, there's certain tile sets I find to be harder to discern immediately than others. Like, I find Mephs quite difficult to discern. And I also find Obsidian kind of difficult. But most tile sets just look like Dwarf Fortress. And, like, I can just glance at them and be like, oh, yep, that's DF. All right, is there anything else that we need for this? We've got a hospital, tavern, kitchens, stuff storage, food supply, temples, bedrooms. Are we missing anything, chat? Is there anything we need to do, or can we wrap this one up? Because I think this is a holding cell, right? Yes. Used by Justice. And let's just do fortifications. And then I think we can move on. Well, one of the agreed minimums things was we needed a prison. But we now have a single functioning prison cell. And I'm being nice. I'm even giving it a bed. I'm also going to put some beds down here, which I'm going to make into a little barracks. Or not barracks, but dormitory. Just for, you know, the extra dwarves that didn't get beds. But, like, what's better? Rehabilitating and criminals and making them functioning parts of your fortress again, or just killing them? One's a lot more fun, in my opinion, so that's what I do. You can guess which one that is. There's our dormitory. And that's our fort. Not a bad little start fort. We got our little prison cell and everything. And good luck, Violetgems. May you be a destination for our adventurers and a place for us to return to in the future, because I like this little fort. We'll definitely come back here. We'll definitely reclaim this fort and play it again. But for now, to you, Violetgems. We'll be back. You like RPing the leader's choices? I also like doing that, but I feel like it's very rare that you see dwarves with, like, thoughts that I would associate with, like, oh, death to all criminals. Like, you very rarely see that. Like, usually you see dwarves that have, like, the rule of law. They often value things like friendship. They often value family. It's very rare that you have a dwarf that's just, like, often cruel. Granted, if you do have a dwarf that's, like, cruel and believes war is a means to an end and like prefers violence as a course of action, or those unlucky to be unfortunate enough to be forced under their sadism, things like that, like, yes, then absolutely fucking stab the criminal in the face with an axe and throw him into a pit of lava and move on to the next one. But, like, you don't see that super frequently, right? So, I don't know. I think that kind of method of dealing with criminals is sometimes very efficient and useful, and sometimes real bad. I'm going to go take a quick toilet break and prep some stuff for lunch. I'm not actually going to eat lunch. I'll probably eat lunch when we embark on the next fortress, but I'll be back in a moment. Can I get a big round of beers, though, for those of you hanging out? Thank you, everybody, for chilling with this kind of weird let's rebuild a faction stream. Anyway, BRB. All right. Insulin is warming up. Stuff's ready for food. I just need to go get food. Kobold? Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. Next. Oh, did I save it? Or did I... No, I didn't. I didn't do the thing I needed to do. Wrong button. Let's reload this and then retire it. Instead of saving it. Force of Habit from Long Death. You know, you'd never want to accidentally retire Long Death, right? There we go. Retire. Yes. I would really like a group of dinners. That was actually a randomly generated dwarven faction. Was group of dinners. And I wanted them to have food and they didn't. And so I was sad. Hobo, can I have some of that buffalo chicken pizza? It would probably kill me, but can I have some? Hobo just posted a picture of a pizza in Discord, and I'm like, I would like some of that. It doesn't help that it's like almost lunchtime and I'm hungry, so... So I think this next one, should we still bother naming dwarves, or should we just like kind of assume that dwarves will kind of move over? Also, hey Zanny, thanks for the lurks today, by the way, and Cassie, you too. I don't know, I'm kind of undecided on that one. Go and get something to eat? Yeah. I'm gonna do that once I start the next embark. All right. Portentous Domain. Dwarf Fortress. Let's see if we can reclaim anything. If there's anything close by that we can reclaim, I will reclaim with just a default embark, let him go, and pull out. Well, if sauce is homemade, could you calorie count it? Everything's approximate. I'd have to weigh it. I'd have to know what went into it, but yes. Yes, I could calorie count it. But like I said, it would probably kill me. Eating a pizza would probably kill me. Doesn't matter what part of it is homemade or not. It would probably kill me. I would wake up the next day and want to die and regret it and probably not do it again for a very long time. It doesn't matter whether it's homemade or not. Pizza would make me want to die. My little sister says she does it systematically every 6 months. She gets sad and then wants pizza, eats pizza, and then hates herself more than she did before, and then feels better like 3 days later. But, like, I can calorie count homemade chili that I made, so... All right, let's grab the right faction. Tool of Twisting. And, reclaim. Well, that's one of my forts. Let's scroll down here until I get something that's close by. Unless there's none that I can reclaim. God dang it. I don't... Oh, no. Yeah, no. Just... Oh, well. No reclaiming from the looks of things. Yeah, no reclaiming. All right, well, let's just plop another fort down then, shall we? It's kind of a neat spot, actually. Very similar to the last one. Kind of thinking like doing something along the ocean. I mean, I'm not that desperate for pizza, but if I was, I would probably go for a bagel pizza, yeah. You know, here's the thing. If I make a remark about food, we don't need to like harp on it and make it the sole topic of conversation for the next little bit, right? Like, there's lots of food that I just kind of can't eat, and that's just kind of the way it is, you know? So if I'm just like, man, I want that, we don't need to like talk for the next 15 minutes about options and possibilities and ways that I could eat the thing. I would like a pizza. Change of subject. That's it. It's all good. I'll live. That's not possible because you're not in my house, Norstat. And if you were, that would be very spooky. I wish you to not do that, in fact. Let's kind of go down here. We could do like a nice little harbor somewhere. Shot a buffalo while it did a backflip. I don't believe I've ever shot a buffalo while it was doing a backflip, but I've definitely shot buffalo in the Hunter, and they did weird flips off of that. So there's like a tiny little, there's like a single tile of good biome right here. It's mirthful. Let's do a mirthful ocean embark. How's that sound? There's even shallow metal here. Yeah, the ocean's got shallow metal. So yeah, let's do that. Little good biome. Let's do a little bit of mirth. Yes, I realize there's salt water. Actually, hold on. Salt water, aquifers. So yeah, let's just do like a little surface layer, wall it off, ocean embark. We could like build out over the ocean and like build little platforms and stuff and live on that. Let's do that. Prepare carefully. All right, so painted strikes. I need a good fortress. Ooh, ultralances. Not bad. Not bad. Ultralances. I like it. Fort 2 is ultralances. I'm thinking can do some stuff. We can do some stuff with power. We can do some stuff with power. We can pump some water around. That's what we can do in this fort. It'll be a good time, I think. If there's anything specific you guys would like me to bring with for this particular fort, shout at me now. So Ultralances is the fortress name for round 2. The massive tombs, nah. The bulbous bridge, bejeweled craft, wheels of charm. The waning machine. Creation of machines. The dike of controls. The stockade of hearts. I like that one. The stockade of hearts. So I don't think I'm actually going to name any dwarves today unless there's anybody who hasn't had a name in the first one. But I think we're just going to kind of do what we usually do. Just drop in. Because I'm assuming we'll get migrants, right? And I'm thinking for the symbol. The rough walls. Ooh, I like that. Let's go with... an image of blocks. It's a lot of blocks. That is a very rando request. I can make you a nest box. I could also bring a nest box if you so insist. An image of blocks and a half moon. And dwarves. The dwarves are laboring. The rough walls. An image of blocks, half moon, and dwarves. The dwarves are laboring. The image, of course, relates to the construction of the coastal wall of the rough walls. So that's our goal. We're going to build a coastal wall. Why do I always try and leave that the wrong way? Items. Well, I think I'll just crank up the rum that we're bringing. Bring us 2 more picks. And aside from a ton of ale, what else could we bring? What about, just dog and dog? I'm thinking we'll bring a bunch of hens. Because you wanted me to bring a nest box, right? And a rooster. And an alpacable nest box. There you go. You even get your nest box. You made a random request, and I got it. A random instrument. Ooh. Well, I can get rid of the wood stuff. Because I can just make that. Whoopsies. I lost the nest box. Nest box. Sure. And, how would, whoops. Shift space to abort. How would I, Neil, thanks for the host. How would I find a random instrument? I guess new. Scroll down until I find instruments. There we go. What instrument would you like me to bring? There's lots. Rubber wood. A metal one? A not metal one? Or literally just random? Something for this scene? That doesn't really help. I'm asking Vin. It does sound cozy, yeah. Just random? All right. Well, I'll grab a random one that I can afford. I'll just close my eyes and hold the up arrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. We're bringing a Mudstone Kugik. There you go. Mudstone Kugik, whatever the fudge that is. You can look up what a Kugik is if you want, and I'll put the extra points into the ale and rum. All right. And, of course, our 7 dwarves. And Vin, you didn't have a dwarf in the previous ones, so. And stone. Trying to see. Darren didn't have one in the previous one. There's 2 faiths. That's a problem. And Cyrillac. And Norstat. And Squug. And Axon. There we go. Those are all the people who didn't have dwarves last time. Screenshot the 7 starters. Yeah, I don't know. I literally never give any of my dwarves any jobs anymore. At the start. It's just embark. And once again, you have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Lord Gim. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the anaconda men get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Ish Emek Bok. Ultralances. Strike the earth. That sounds like something from 40k. Ultralances? It's good, though. I like it. I like it a lot. You can't find out what a Kugik is? Or something else. Whoa! That is dense. And blue. Holy shit. Okay, well. Pretty. My dwarves are all invisible. I can't see them. It's very blue. Just, you know, screenshotting locations and stuff. All right. We are the civilization of the ultralances. The fort we did previously was right there, which now has 50 dwarves, which I think is actually right. That's the other fortress from our faction. That's our mountain home, which actually the population of the mountain home dropped. It was 100. Now it's 75. And same with Krallmeyer. The population of Krallmeyer dropped. Maybe because they all went to go populate Violetgems, but let's have a peek at these waves, shall we? Ooh. I love it. It's a nice beach fort. Beachside property. Who doesn't want that? God. So it's a mirthful biome. The sandy areas supposedly have shallow metals. Everything is on a aquifer. It's just a light aquifer. Very different embark from the last one. I'm thinking we build at the very end of the land down there. What do you guys think? We look just underground. Ooh. I wonder if we can get down to this layer. Because looking around and I think I know what this is. Yeah, it's shale. More shale, more. Whoop, 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 whoop. What's that? Tetrahedrite. All right, well. We're going to have to set this area up as a little forge, I think. So let's just jump into our dwarves real quick and see our expedition leader, who is Squug. Squug, of course, is annoyed after being rained on as a worshiper of Sidaya the Flaxen, an elven force. All right. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and she personally sees introspection as important and sees competition as wasteful and silly, never incurious, and never seeks out knowledge or information. Anti-curious, not one for knowledge, very practical dwarf. She strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and doesn't stick with things even if a minor difficulty arises. She lives a high energy and kinetic pace, and can handle stress. She tends to not reveal personal information, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She often feels discouraged and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this, as she tends to think of, as she is somewhat quarrelsome and she's bothered by this, as she values friendship. She has a sense of duty, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. She likes nickel, silver, red barrel, echidna, parchment, and greaves, querns and coins and donkeys for their stubbornness, pigtails for their twisting stalks, and the words of the pages of scribing. So you are going to be a minor dwarf and a firmer. Oh, firmer. We're going to give you firming. All right, well, let's take a peek around. What do we got? Dense bubble bulbs, good stuff. More dense bubble bulbs, lots of dense bubble bulbs, and pomegranate trees. Let's do a little bit of clear cutting. Get things started. Next dwarf is going to be Vin. He is 54 years old. Likes Pigarn, Morian shell, snail shell, and Morian and snail shell, and the color mint green. Giant leeches for their feeding habits, and the satins of style. Prefers to consume char, rhubarbs, fonio, whatever the fuck that is, and can't stand snails. Very blue dubba-dee-dubba-die. Personally believes the truth is invaluable, regardless of the cost, and sees war as a useful means to an end. He rarely tries to assert himself in the conversation and is slow to trust others. Fearful in the face of imminent danger and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual to live differently. Has a greedy streak and has a quite noticeable lack of perseverance, often cheerful and tries to keep things orderly. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and can handle stress. He has an active imagination and prefers and mutters under his breath when he's annoyed, lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at poopy weather. I will give you carpentry and woodcutting. Carpentry and woodcutting. All right. And because my dwarf already was assigned to mining, we're gonna. Ooh. All right. I'm seeing metals on this layer already. Good to know. Let's see where that their aquifer is. Stone is, of course, romantically involved with Cyrolac, and also a worshipper of Lun, our favorite female goddess of weather and law. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. His nose is slightly hooked, and his somewhat broad ears are free-lobed. I lost my spot. His somewhat broad ears are free-lobed. His hair is flax, his skin is brown, and his eyes are gold. Stone, my dwarf. Oh, you did backflip that buffalo. Backflip that buffalo. He likes nice nickel, crystallia, Siamang leather? What the heck's Siamang leather? Short swords and chains and the word of the pages is scribing. Ooh. Chains and whips excite me. We'll give you mining. And, farming, butchery, and tanning. What leather? A word I've never seen before. Hobo. Hi, Hobo. Welcome back. Yeet. What? Siamang. Seamang leather? Seamang? Samang? Samang? Smang! Seamang? Seamimang? Simang? I don't know what that is, but it's a thing, and you like the leather for it, apparently. So we're gonna channel down that and then automate all of this. Get our dugout. Because there is tetrahedrite one layer down. And there they go. Look at that. Dig them all out. Interesting. We didn't actually hit it. Meaning, I could definitely dig down to around here, which is where I was thinking of digging. Oh, right. doing the markering thing. So a monkey? Interesting. I think that this is going to be where the bedrooms are going to be. I don't know exactly how many of these are actually going to end up being made into bedrooms. But this is kind of what I'm thinking about for bedrooms. With kind of like a tavern in the middle kind of deal. With some above ground stuffs as well. This is very blocky for me. But we'll see what this area ends up looking like once they dig it out. Might like not look good at all, and I'll just scrap it, fill it up with water or something. I don't know. Or we'll just hit an aquifer. I mean, who knows really? I mean, digging out that end bit's gonna be a pain in the dick, so we'll see. Place some flooring down. Not the featherwood logs, because I kind of want to use those to make buckets and such. But I can't see shit. It's too blue. So we're gonna get some stuff constructed. Fortress 2. Dabba-dee, dabba-die. Dabba-dee, dabba something, that's for sure. Well, it's more of a turquoise than a blue, but it's a very blue. This part is for certain. 'Tis very blue. I don't have any of those things, so I don't know where you're getting this stuff from, Diamond. I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't know if I want to keep digging. I was kind of hoping. Actually, you know what? Let's just dig out the center bit. Give the other dwarves mining as well. Speed this process up, because I brought a bunch of extra picks for a reason. And we're gonna dig a strip over this way. That'll be our tavern. You know, because I dislike you typing these lyrics in so much, Diamond, I'm going to pause the game, shut the camera off, mute my mic, and go get lunch. You can keep this up if you want. I don't like it. I will be back in hopefully less than 5 minutes. BRB chat, can I get a big round of beers? Please make everything that Diamond has said in the last 5 minutes disappear. BRB, see you guys in a couple minutes. I will return with a sandwich. BRB.
You fucking donkey!
All right, I returned. I actually ate the sandwich in the kitchen because it was going to be messy. It had hummus on it, and I was like, well, I can get hummus on my desk. Or I could, just like not. So I decided to not. Anyway, I made it back. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much. So I think we're going to kind of make that big open area into, or rather, my kind of little goal for this fortress, because I have kind of a different one than the previous one. This one's going to have kind of like a big bunk bedroom, I think. And what we'll do is we will make a slightly different, since I'm eating Checo food, I saw the pizza that you made, and it almost started a pizza discussion, but it didn't. I quelled it. I would like a pizza, but I don't want to have to deal with eating a pizza, so I will not get a pizza. I will be okay. But I would like a pizza. Sad face. Just points and laughs. Yeah, basically. All right. So yeah, that's going to be basically a forge if I'm able to build this the way I want to build it. Because we're going to need weapons from somewhere. We're going to need metals from somewhere. Holy shit. Well, those dwarves have actually dug way further than I thought they were going to. That's kind of a lot of tetrahedrite. Damn. I should do the same over here. Let's just go get all of the tetrahedrite. Why not? Certainly more tetrahedrite than I expected there to be. The important question, Hobo, was how did it taste? That's, of course, the important question. How did it taste? And then once they're done digging up there, they'll come down here. And we need empty buckets, apparently. So, put a carpenter shop right there. And Vin's gonna go do it. Gonna go deal with it. We'll make some buckets and some other things. So I'm thinking we'll kind of do like a partially above ground, partially below ground design. It's E. Yeah, E, E. Let's also do crutch, crutch, splint, splint. Barrel, barrel. And then you can be taken off of mining because you didn't get a pick fast enough and be on masonry. And you can also get off of mining and be on masonry. Let's place that nest box right here. That sheepwool nest box that we brought on specific request. On specific request. Why do VODs start up when I open up streams sometimes? It's annoying when that happens. It's like I'll have this stream muted because I'll just be lurking in friends' streams. And then I'll tab over to close the tab because they ended their stream or whatever. And it just auto plays the VOD. It's the most annoying shit in the world. I wish it wouldn't do that. Hey, we already got chicken eggs. Let's forbid those. I think I can pretty safely run along here and just do all that. Just get rid of all that. Better late beer than never beer. We'll dig out this area down here. Basically until they cancel it. I wonder what animals we have around. Rhinos! Motherfucker, really? No shit, eh? Goddamn rhinos. Okay, so we got ugly unicorns. Maybe we can get pretty unicorns. So I'm going to put in some wooden flooring down here. We can build our tavern right here. Because these dwarves, you know, not super fancy. They get by with what they have. That's a fortification. Also, we have a lot of sand down here, so another thing that I could very easily do. Only a step below hippos. I mean, they'll make dwarves' heads randomly vanish regardless, so we gotta be careful. Trying to think how big of a door I want to put here. Kind of want a pretty big door. Curious, chat. Are any of you guys looking forward to Evil Geniuses? Because I'm considering just buying it. I didn't really want to go through with all of the kind of annoyances that they're kind of making creators go through to play that game early and get key for it. I'm kind of thinking about just buying it. That or just seeing if I can just nag a key like the day after it comes out without having to, you know, do the whole creator song and dance thing. Because I kind of just, like, right now a bunch of my teammates and friends are just kind of doing 1 hour streams of it because that's all that they're letting people do early. And it just kind of feels silly. It's like, that's kind of just a waste of my time. Not really worth it, but kind of considering just getting it and just streaming it. Just not really giving a shit. I don't know. I'm just kind of curious if that's something that you guys want to see, I guess, is the easiest way to put it. Let's get some beds rolled up. Get our bunk beds going. Another thing I need is a mason's workshop. Although I might actually just put the mason's workshop down here. Put the mason's workshop over in this corner right there. Make her out of shale. Yes, and you already have masonry. Perfect. So Cyrolac will probably just jump right over there and get that done. But yeah, that little wood platform right there is just going to be our tavern. We'll get stone tables and chairs and everything constructed. It looks pretty funny. It does. I mean, like, I played a little bit of the original game. I didn't play it much, but I don't know. It's my worry is that it would just kind of be 2-point hospital, which I found very repetitive and boring very quickly. Like, I lasted a very short period of time. I love that the cat got posted in food porn. This is like, whoops. Are you eating a cat? This is the first question. Nice kitty. Coffer. It's a good looking kitty. I'm assuming that was intended for the pet section. I forgot how much I like shale in this game. It's got kind of like a almost purpley color to it. It's all good. Coffer. It's all good. It's just funny. The response to it, are you eating a cat? Question mark is very funny to me. Because that's like the sort of thing I would respond to that with, right? Like, are you going to eat that? Are you going to eat all that? I hope you're sharing. It's just very funny to me. Forbidden cat food? I mean, cat food isn't forbidden. I can eat cat food if I really want to. And cat could probably also be eaten if you really wanted to. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Seems kind of mean to the poor kitty, if you know what I'm saying. All at once? Are you going to eat that all at once? Is that all you're eating today? Because, God, that looks like a big meal. But then again, those are kind of the best responses for that sort of thing, you know? All right, let's get a little bit more there. All right, you, table. And let's make another mason shop. Mason shop. Let's make another mason's shop. Vinsati's become a carpenter. Good stuff. Autumn has arrived on... Oh, shit. Autumn has arrived on the calendar. That was fast. Let's try and get a constructible... Hey, Authority. I hope you're doing well. You know, let's make it out of featherwood. Let's make it out of the local interesting materials. And then... you can have architecture. Of course, Vinsati, good dwarf, worshipper of the god of laws and weather, 54 years old, dreams of raising a family. He is a casual worshipper of his god, single, ready to mingle, annoyed when being caught in the rain, felt fondness remembering talking with a friend, and was satisfied at work. Likes his job quite a bit. Working next to the hen who's currently laying eggs. And you know what? Something I think I'm going to do? Make all of these hens and the rooster available as pets. Kind of curious if anybody will claim them. What's our fort theme today? So today we're trying to rebuild a faction. And also LaFonda, what's up? We're trying to rebuild a faction. So the whole theme of today is we're starting a bunch of very short forts. So this is actually our second fort today. I want to do 3 or 4 today, ideally. So it's going to be probably a bit of a longer stream. 3 or 4. And every single fort is going to kind of have their own shtick. So the first one that we did, we ended with building a temple. This one, because there's tetrahedrite available, and tetrahedrite is a very, or metal in general, is a pretty rare material for this world. We are basically making a little, what's the word? A forge. And one of the kind of interesting things about this faction is this faction's basically dead due to a massive necromancer uprising, but this faction was always friends with the elves, and together with the elves they vanquished the goblin threat in the early years of this world. But as the sudden unexpected necromancer uprising happened, it overwhelmed both dwarven factions that lived in this area, almost completely destroying them and pushing them back to only a single holding, which was this one, Mannerheim. They had a small hillix, which when I first started doing stuff in this world had about 50 dwarves in it. Kralmire was my first fortress with this faction, which has 75 dwarves of the Hopeful Ages, which is still there and alive and well. And then today we started up Violetgems, which has a population of 50, which is where we left it. And now we are down here and working on ultralances and trying to continue extending the size and growth and rate of Z Fortress. Also, I think I just got a host from Cat on Mars because I think he just finished his Saturday stream. So go follow Cat, seriously. Just do that, please. Follow that dude. He makes good streams. And we're in a good biome in this one, so it's very pretty. Look at all those different colors. We got like greens and reds, and we got coffee trees, tea trees, avocados, guavas. And of course, the dwarves have arrived to trade, and I have nothing to sell them. So I guess what I'll do is I'll be like, yo, could we quickly get some menacing wooden spikes for a little bit? Just, Vin, if you could make like a dozen of those, that'd be great. And we'll have something to sell. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is revive this faction. And then I'm thinking next week we could do a bigger fortress in this faction, and with the whole point of going after one of those necromancer towers. That's what we can do next week. Zon says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Another one of our outreaches. Why we shout out? Because he just auto-hosted me. That's why we shout out. And that's why we went from like 40 or like 55 people watching to like 160 down to like 90. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. Your all-time fave. That's an emote. I like cat on box. I use cat on D and cat on box all the time. What do I want to ask for from them? Aluminum. All of the metal, actually. I don't know if we'll last year, but I'll just ask them to request all of the metal. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Yeah, I think Cat's also one of my longest running subscriptions right now. He says, farewell, Squug. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Well, I mean, I kind of had the idea, but we kind of had the same idea at roughly the same time, I would say. I would say it was more of a mutual idea. Something else I would like to do is a couple wheelbarrows, actually. 2, 3, specifically. So that we can very quickly and easily transport all those metal ores into the basement area down here. Start working on rock blocks. You're working on tables. We'll work on thrones next. Some more, of course. Somebody said, somebody please put that poor bird out of its misery. I mean, Gopher could. Oh, also, I never got to mention this to you, Fonda, but that soup that you posted on the food chat room looked real tasty. You were happy with it? Good stuff. I need to post more of the food that I make. I've gotten weirdly self-conscious out of my videos. Does the mist from the waves... Oh, does it, like, make them happy? I don't think so, but also I think so. I've definitely seen dwarves happy. Whoa, this dwarf. Norstad. Nobody is free, and it is pointless to act if you are. Damn. Got into an argument. Whoa. Wonder who you got into an argument with. All right. No one's got any relevant skills to this, so you know what? Darren, just because you seem less busy than some of the other dwarves, and Squug, you can be manager. So Darren's going to be broker / bookkeeper, and Squug can be manager of this fortress. I mean, I posted the pictures of that rice that I made the other day, but that's about it. They brought a cat. Yo, they actually brought a bunch of instruments. Kind of want that. And I don't know what an IREG is, but I would like it. Basically just buying musical instruments. I don't usually do this. Earthenware gomok. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Let's also buy a turkey hen. There we go. Good amount of purchases. We'll place that cage. It's a lead cage? Oh, good lord. Place a nice big table. I just like doing these really long rows of tables. And now we have a pretty good idea of what our stuff's worth. Man, I love the way good biomes look. Like, look at all the bright colors. This game's so cool. To anybody who says that this game is ugly, like, what the hell is wrong with you? You need to stare at it a little bit longer. Just because its beauty isn't necessarily immediately apparent doesn't mean it's not beautiful. It may not be the most obvious, but good lord, this game is pretty. All right, so there's that turkey. Let's get that turkey out of that turkey prison, shall we? Also, did anybody claim those chickens? Nobody claimed the chickens! Motherfucker! Look at that! They didn't claim the chickens. None of these dwarves like chickens, I guess. And let's get some beds set up. We can sleep down there. Well, Pet sleeps with an owner. Pet just does what Pet wants to do. I mean, pets usually follow their owner unless they're pastured. So I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen good or evil biomes in the Steam release tile set yet, so there is that. I just want to know what the evil biomes are going to look like. All right, so this is going to be a stone stockpile for just metal ore and maximum wheelbarrows. Maximum wheelbarrow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Rays, I think. Of sunshine, that is. Bat rays, look at that. Not a bat ray. Many, many, many bat rays. Perfect. Come those wheelbarrows. Oh shit. I totally missed this, but apparently we had a migrant wave. When did that arrive? Well, shit. All right. We now have 2 armorers, a farmer, and a bro. So if people would like more dwarves, assuming you didn't have one earlier, if you would like a dwarf or would like to give a dwarf a slightly different name from before and would like to be reincarnated, yeah, I don't know. It must have like happened at some point when I was like moving the camera around a bunch because I totally missed that. Yeah, there you go. Some migrants have arrived. Yeah, shortly after trading, I think. I mean, it's kind of fine, though. All right, so let's do a chair and a chair and a throne and a throne. And those will be the manager and the bookkeeper's offices. Should have called this fortress like Waterforge or something, but oh well. Also should have bought a toy for the kid. Let's also set this to all counts accurate. Okay. So this is going to be a room, going to be assigned to Squug. And this is going to be a room, going to be assigned to Darren. And here comes all of that metal ore. That good metal ore. Got some more beds coming in. So, Chad, is it going to be the same requirements as previously, or is this fortress going to have different requirements to be finished than the previous one? What do we think? Should also take a progress screenshot. Been a minute since I've done that. Sticking that into the dock. Let's also grab a snippet of all of the ore that we've mined out. It's actually kind of a lot of surface ore. Build a dock. That would be easy to do. It's not even like a challenge. I could do that in a minute. All right, down here, let's just set this to flow. And that can be my tavern. The geared berry, sure. That works. It's a good looking little tavern. And of course, my diplomat is already telling a story that I can't read. Let's just let them work for a little bit, I think. We have 197 drink, which is a lot. Over here, we will put farming. It's weird that, like, farming this sand, like, doesn't show up at all. It's very strange. All right, I've got animals that need to be pastured. Yak, bunny, cavy, camel, buffalo. You all need to be pastured up there. That'll be my farm. First food stockpile goes here. What's being planted? Just plump helmets, nothing fancy. Just sustaining food more than anything. And I'll put my chickens up here. And the rooster, of course. Also, hey, Rags, what's up? Oh, shit. I also just had a bunch of chicks get born. Prefect. But yeah, Rags, if you're just tuning in, we're trying to work on rebuilding a faction today. So I'm trying to just get a whole bunch of small, self-sustaining forts up and running. So we're not being super fancy. The first one that we did, we got all the basics up: temple, tavern, etc., hospital, bedrooms. And this is the second one. So this one is, because we actually have metal, we're going to try and just build a simple forge and a simple defensive system. And chat wants me to build a dock, so I'll build a dock, and we'll call it a port town. The one that we built earlier was this one right here. Violetgems. Now we're down here. We're working on this. If you want to follow along, exclamation point day for it in the chat. All the usual. Bootstrap, sure. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking like we'll be a little bit of an armory, you know? The fortress of ultralances, of course. The ultralance brand will be listed on all of the greatest weapons in this corner of the world. made out of the finest silver and copper that we can find, because that's all that we got. Please just don't stab us to death, for the love of God. Chat, we have investments up if you wish to invest your tickets. It's an interesting way of spelling tickets, Johnny. Indeed. It's quite a happy little town, or tavern. Let's just make coffer 5. 5 rock coffers. Keep those on repeat. It's the rare fish. No, they're bat rays. They're not lever fish. They're definitely bat rays. There's this rare joke that we call the make you disappear joke, where it's so bad that streamer just times you out for 8 hours so you go get a good night's sleep. That wasn't one, but it was pretty close to one. Did I make this into the wrong thing? Ah. That's a dormitory. Now it's the right thing. Another dwarves can sleep there. I need 3 more thrones. There we go. Now dwarves are sleeping where they're supposed to be. Still bringing more bits and pieces over. Do I have any containers yet? Kind of want to, like, do that. Hook it into the table a little bit. Okay, so they will store instruments, unless these are big stationary instruments, which they might be. No, the Eirig is a stationary instrument, so we will place that. Let's find out what the Eirig is. Pine Eirig is a stationary percussion instrument. It consists of a wooden bowl, and the musician plucks the bowl? How do you pluck a bowl? I know how you pluck a string. Anyway, the instrument has a single mid-low pitch. The instrument has a wavering, slicing timbre. Good wins. To those of you who didn't lose. A honey badger has stolen an alpaca tripe. Well, we're all going to fucking die because there's honey badgers on the map. So, chat, I think it's time for us to kiss this fortress goodbye. The scariest creature indoor fortress is on the map. Honey badgers. Every dwarf in this entire fortress is going to have a honey badger on their leg. Although now there's jackals, which I think are just as scary. Still got plenty of booze, though. No, they definitely don't want this honey. No, they certainly don't. They might want your ankle honey, but that's totally different. What's ankle honey? No, I was using like the term honey to like refer to somebody else. So I would have been calling stone honey in that instance. They might want your ankle honey. I don't know what you're talking about, honey. Ankle honey isn't anything. But they do want to bite your ankle, honey. Because they're honey badgers. That's what they fucking do. In real life, you wouldn't want to fuck with a honey badger. I wouldn't want to fuck with a honey badger, period. Real life or in false life. Past life or previous or future life. Any life. Doesn't matter. Fantastical or not. Fuck that shit. I just opened up YouTube and something weird got into my algorithm. I'm not sure what, but there was this not Chinese, this Spanish YouTuber, and I can read a little bit of Spanish to decipher enough that like the whole video was just about the covering that he got for his car, and the guy's wearing his mask wrong in the thumbnail. His nose is coming over it. It's got like 1 point something million views. I hate people. What? I don't know what I just said. Sorry, it slipped out. There's a few animals IRL that you don't want to fuck with anyway. You want to pet the deer, but they're strong. I've actually pet a deer at wildlife rehabilitation center. I got to pet a deer. So I've actually pet deer. True story. But yeah, no, it got hit by a car and it was brain damaged. So it was unable to be released back out into the wild. Also hiking. How's things? Definitely blood, sure. They might want that too. It was a very cute little deer. Your things? Things is good. Or bad. One of the two. I'm just, trying to adjust to this new schedule of not streaming on Mondays, which is the only change to the schedule. So I stream every day of the week, but Mondays and Fridays. So that's it. Pretty much. I've been playing too much Dwarfs. I mean, like, really, I play way too much of this game. It's almost a problem. Not quite a problem. Almost a problem. Hi, Pi. How are we? Hope you're good. Because I'm doing aight. Could finally sit down and relax. Long Saturday? Oh, I mean, there are days where I don't stream. I never said there were days where I don't work. And bottle fed and got to bottle feed a lion club. Aw. That's adorable. Why wasn't mom feeding it? The way mom lion is supposed to. Exams are coming up and like doing the cramming thing. Yeah. I'm not envious of that, I'll put it that way. I just got to do the taxes thing, which is good, because it means I made money last year. So now I gotta go do the pay the taxes thing. It was lower than I was expecting, but still higher than last year. Would have been way higher, but I have a bunch of deductions, so it was okay. You're just going mildly insane? Oh man, I envy you if you're only going mildly insane. Man, what I would give to only be going mildly insane. Just can't even. Someone is hitting something with a hammer upstairs. I hope they stop before I go to bed. Which is like, they've got like 8 hours plus to stop hitting shit upstairs with a hammer. So, there's that. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's awful. Probably means too many humans handled it. I have very mixed feelings on zoos. Like, on one hand, some zoos do, like, incredible work. On the flip side, some zoos do way more damage than they do benefit. So I never really know how to feel about zoos. I'll have a peek at that after stream, Hobo. No, it's not a myth. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not generally the main cause, but it's certainly can cause problems. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, one of the biggest local losses for me with the pandemic was our aquarium is basically just gone. And that aquarium did so much conservation work, it's not even funny. Like, they did so much work. Which is just not gonna get done anymore. Which just sucks. For literally everybody involved. Oh shit, I should probably turn off those menacing wooden spikes. We got plenty of those. I'm gonna have to open that in GIMP because I don't have an install of Photoshop currently. Excuse me. I think GIMP can open PSDs, right? GIMP can open up Photoshop files, right? Excuse me. Got these bugger off annoying hiccups. I'm literally just trying to get rid of hiccups right now. Okay. I think I'm good. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm like weirdly tired today too, because I got up at, well, I'm not weirdly tired. I'm tired for perfectly logical reasons. I went to bed early and woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning and went and got a bunch of blood taken. So I'm just like, mostly here, kind of not. I don't know. So if I seem a little spacey today, that's why. So I'm like, I slept well, but like my whole internal clock rhythm is just like kind of been thrown for a loop today. It's not the greatest feeling, but it's okay. I'll be fine. How's progress towards rebuilding the faction? I mean, I built 2 forts, so not great. I was kind of hoping there would be some forts available to reclaim, because then I could really quickly expand, but it's not an option. So I don't know. I mean, we'll do these 2 forts today for sure. And then maybe next week we'll do a more normal fort in this faction, which will be 3, which will probably like triple this faction's population, which will be something. That's the other one we built today, which was Violetgems. I was hoping that Dawnwork or Polish Tomb would be available to re-embark, but they're not. So, ugh. But we're doing what we can. I struck more tetrahedrite. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. But fortunately, this fortress keeps finding tetrahedrite, meaning I can, like, actually make some weapons for future fortress endeavors, which is good. So that's kind of what we're working towards right now. It's going to be a bit of a pain, but we're going to do it anyway. Today's just been chill. It's been a chill Saturday for sure. And then tomorrow's stream's going to start a little bit late because I'm going to be watching the first F1 race of the season. And god damn it, I'm just going to watch the whole thing. I totally could, you know, just start the stream on time, but instead I'm just going to start streaming an hour late. It'll be fine. Most people won't even notice. Ugh. Yep, they're definitely hitting something with a hammer upstairs. Maybe they're I know the people upstairs just moved in, so maybe they're like hanging up pictures or something. If you can phrase that in a question that isn't written like an idiot, I will answer it, Axel. And all right, that's that done. Then I just need to knock out this and that, and then we'll fill those in. We'll make this into our temple because we need a temple. Let's automate this. Perfect. When you first started streaming, did it give you anxiety? Nope. Just straight up, nope. I've never had problems with streaming, anxiety-wise. I started streaming because it was a source of social interaction at a time when I had very few friends and worked an absurd amount. And now I still have very few friends and still work an absurd amount. So it's up to you to know whether or not it worked. All right, let's make 2 smelters and a forge. Yeah, I don't know. I think that if you get anxiety from streaming, then you have some things that you need to work through on your own that I can't help you with. That's not something that I ever experienced. It's not something I ever had to deal with. For me, streaming was always just something that I just kind of did. I've always kind of just had a I don't give a fuck attitude about everything related to streaming. So sorry, I can't be more help. So don't. It's not for everybody, monkeys. It's a fuckload of work, and you get nothing out of it. And the thing that people need to know about streaming is nobody cares, right? Nobody cares if your stream is good. Nobody cares if your stream is bad. And the sad bit is I've been doing this for a long time. I do this full time. I could vanish for a week, and probably the majority of people, even people who watch me, wouldn't notice, right? As a streamer, you're completely irrelevant. So do whatever, because nobody gives a shit. That's my way of being encouraging. Do whatever. Nobody cares. If you look like an idiot, who fucking cares? They don't know you. They don't affect you. It's not going to cause you any problems in your real life. Do whatever the fuck. Don't worry. Play video games you enjoy. Talk about them. Or don't. Upload it to YouTube. Or don't. Nobody cares. Have fun. And if you're not having fun, do something else. If it stresses you out, do something else. This is like, for only a very few number of people, this is actually something that should be taken seriously. For the vast majority of people who do this, fucking have fun. If you're not having fun, do something else. Find a different hobby. That's it. Do it for you. And if anybody else gives a shit, fuck them. If they think you should do it differently, fuck them. Who cares? Have fun. That's all that you need to know. Let's make 100 charcoal. What do I need? I don't need that many woodworkers, so... wood burner. There you go. And, you can also have wood burning. I'm not the best at being super encouraging, by the way. So. Then don't do it. Right? Why would it be, why it's not an issue if you don't do it? Do things that give you joy, that give you happiness. And if it gives you anxiety, don't do it. Do something else. Until it stops giving you anxiety. Or until you figure out why it's giving you anxiety. Let's get ourselves a still made. Find out pretty quick if I got a dwarf with that job assigned. I do. It's Tygo. The YouTube channel I started recording for 3 minutes, hated it, stopped, and it was fine. Yep. It was a fun 20 minutes of brainstorming. Yeah. No, I mean, my biggest issue with streaming and my biggest issue with the streaming industry is that it is currently the #1 most desired job, more or less. It seems that way anyway. I don't actually know if that's true, but it certainly feels like it's currently the most coveted job amongst young children right now. I've been doing this for 7.5 years. 2020 was the first year that I made above minimum wage. And I wasn't much above minimum wage. So, it's not worth it as a job for the vast majority of people. In order to make it worth it, you have to put in way more hours than you would ever need to put into a traditional job. And there's so many people that go in to it thinking that they're going to do it as a hobby, and then subconsciously they think that they need to perform. And like Manufactured Monkey said, even though they're just going AFK to do chores, I'll finish my thought. You're subconsciously telling yourself that you need to be performing, that it needs to be a job, that it needs to be something that other people are entertained by. When that's completely fucking false. When I started streaming, I did it because it was entertaining to me and it was more fun than playing League of Legends. Quite literally, like that was why I started streaming initially, was because it was a way of being entertained by single player games again, because there was a couple of years there where I had a very hard time playing games that weren't multiplayer, because I felt I needed the social interaction. So it was a way of kind of substituting that while still getting to play games. That's all it was. It was just another way for me to talk to people while I played games. Because back when I started, there was no way to make money doing this. Affiliate didn't exist. Partner was a thing, but you needed 400 concurrents, which I've literally never had. Like, if the old partner requirements were still the partner requirements, I never would have achieved them. Straight up. Like, I never would have been partnered. And I probably would never have done this full time. So I just, no, except I was the one playing Master Yi. Because AP Yeast was still a thing back then. Anyway, yeah, no, I just fucking, if you want to stream, and just have fun with it. And if it gives you anxiety, do something else. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And so many people make it such a big of a deal, and it just makes me sad. You monster. Oh, dude, the last season I played of League of Legends, and this is one of the few things I'll actually say about League of Legends. The last season I played of League of Legends, I went from, okay, so second to last season I played in League of Legends, I finished in high plat. The last season I played of League of Legends, I lost every single one of my placement games, was placed into bronze 3, and then won 41 games in a row with Master Yi. That was it. The only champion I played. 41 games in a row. 41-0. My last season. I dragged myself all the way out of bronze, all the way up through silver, back up to gold, and into plat, and I quit. And I've never gone back. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Nope, absolutely. Never going back to that stupid fucking game. Fuck that stupid fucking game. Worst fucking game ever made. I can't even remember what made me so mad at it. I think someone banned Master Yi in the last game I played or something. But yeah, no. Basically that was it. You started streaming because someone wanted to see how you make tacos. That's a really good reason to stream. Of your 8th YouTube subscriber? Fair. I believe it. Spring has arrived in a calendar and a rhinestone has arrived in my chat. How are you, sir?
Many people ask me, Nikita,
Speaking of this, did you see that new trailer for Stalker that was released? Well, it's not really a trailer, but like, it was a bunch of demo footage of 3D models and shit. And a dude talking in front of a whole bunch of plants who looks like he's like 15 years old. Anyway, yeah, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty fucking good. Hell yeah. At least, you know, visually. I hope my computer can run it. I might, like, buy a new graphics card for Stalker if I can find one. I'm still holding out on it, too. Like, I don't think it'll be out for a while, but, like, I think it'll be out in, like, 2024. But I hope they don't fuck it up. I'll put it that way. Let's see if I got dwarves who can smelt stuff. Oh, I know, Johnny. But it's fine, because Stalker 2 won't be out for, as I said, until 2025, so I've got like 5 years to get a new GPU. It's totally fine. Oh, I wouldn't pre-order it. I definitely wouldn't pre-order Stalker 2. Why the fuck would you do that? Hell no. But I might use it as an excuse to buy a new to buy a new GPU. What makes you say that, out of curiosity? Wave depletion. I haven't been following. I mean, you managed to get a GPU too, so you're in the clear. Yeah, I don't pre-order anything either. Even games like I know that are going to be good that I've played, I don't pre-order. An elven caravan has arrived to trade once again, and once again, I don't really have anything to sell them. Because you might not have the money when it releases. That's not quite how money works, but fair enough. Well, it's Ethereum and all the altcoins based on Ethereum. Because the place that people make all of the money is just making straight up new coins. So that it no longer depends on mining. Oh. Interesting. I need to read about that stuff. I find that stuff fascinating. Just scientifically. Even though I think it's going to end the world. But, you know. Doomsday plans aside. Norstat, we're going to give you a new job. You're now a blacksmith and furnace op. There you go. Go smelt some tetrahedrite. Why'd you go all the way over there? Doesn't seem super smart to me, Dwarf, but, I mean, you do you. And Axon, you can do the same things. But yeah, I don't really plan on buying a GPU anytime soon. You're still paying off yours right now? I haven't bought a GPU since 2016. Yeah, I have a basic bitch 1070 because the 1070 Ti's weren't out yet, which is what I've been running for a very long time. Which, I don't know, it's been pretty sturdy. It's chunky, does what it needs to do. Gets the job done. I mean, I play very, very, very graphically intense games all of the time. So obviously I need it. Who else is going to run all of this ASCII? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Oh, really? Very graphically intense games. Yes, Froskins. Very. I could probably sell it for full price right now. I actually render on my CPU. I don't render on my GPU. What's up, Gold Poke? How's things? Well, because I'm not doing any 3D rendering. It's all just like video rendering. So. Oh, you're rocking a 1072 or 1070 Ti? You can sell it for profit. I haven't even looked at how much it costs on the after sale market. But now here's the real important question. How much could I get for the 560 Ti's, the two of them, and the 780 Ti that I have sitting in the Rubbermaid container in my closet? That's the important question, is how much can I get for those? They still got value, right? I think you could run like Battlefield 2 at max settings on a 560. You too? We're all just like fucking running all that. We're all just running 1070s over here. Hey, Maz. $500 directly from EVGA. I paid $750 Canadian for mine. And it's also from EVGA, so probably about the same. But $700 to $900. Fuck, dude. Are people buying them though? That's the real question. You have a 1060? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You were so close. You're an AMD guy. I'm not brand loyal. I just buy whatever's best in that gen, and fucking AMD was trash at that point. If it works. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, what's the last, like, graphically intense game I tried playing? Because I've certainly started to, like, run into bottlenecks with it. The old, yeah, the 290Xs, yeah, I remember those. I mean, I wouldn't call Risk of Rain graphically intense because you can run that with onboard graphics. But, like, even when that game gets really intense, like, I don't know. Even when it gets intense. EDF, yes, EDF, the most graphically intense game. I'm just gonna like look at my recently played. Like, what games do I play that even really have air quotes modern graphics? Yeah, I think it's like Risk of Rain 2 is probably the most graphically intense game I've played in a while. Definitely not Brigador. EDF! EDF! Yeah, that's the one I played. I mean, okay, so like the last pretty game that I actively streamed is probably Elite Dangerous. But that shit's not fucking demanding. Or like Hunter Call of the Wild, but like that's also not demanding. Conqueror's Blade was a little bit of a pain in the dick to actually run, but it ran just fine. Oh, I had some trouble with Total War 3 Kingdoms. That was a little framey. But that's also partially because I was fucking streaming it, right? Definitely War Sim, though. You need all the GPU power to run Minesweeper? Hey, man, did you not know that that stuff's got RTX support? Although it is kind of funny knowing that there is a version of Quake that I can't run. Quake RTX. All right, how are we doing? Copper 60, silver 12. Let's say copper shield 20. Yeah, I mean, Total War is pretty Graphically detailed. Oh, of course. I secretly play a shit ton of Fortnite. Nonstop. All the damn time. I fort so many nights that you can't even know what a fortnight means anymore. I don't know what that sentence even was. Oh, Dwarf Romantic is kind of pretty looking, but it's certainly not graphically detailed. Also, Freskins, I saw on Discord that you missed me yesterday. You're going to have to get used to that because Fridays and Mondays are now days where I no longer stream. So, sorry. Oh, I'm sure it does. It's one of those things where it's like, it looks good with RTX if you happen to, you know, already have an RTX card. Hey, remember Vim from that other fort? Well, Vim from earlier today, VimML, just fucking walked over. So, welcome to the fort once again, Vim. Also Gopher and Johnny, and Belug, apparently. Are you really new? Okay. Yeah, we got a few new dwarfs. Good stuff. Damn, that's a big migrant wave. Gonna make some more beds. Kind of love that these same dwarves are just walking over. The bald belts. Well, this is the second fortress we've made today, yeah? And Diamond, Destruct from earlier, wandered over. Welcome back. It's like the new fort crew. You're just here to build new forts. They're going to be very disappointed because this fortress doesn't have proper beds. You're just over here on vacation? I'm not entirely certain that's why you're here, but... I think we're going to make these into some bedrooms. What do you guys think? Dig some bedrooms into the mining veins, or the veins that we mined out? No to what? The vacation comment? Or me digging bedrooms out of old mining veins? Actually, this is my favorite way to do bedrooms. If I just happen to have a vein just sitting there, I'll just hack a bunch of bedrooms into the walls. Oh, to the no beds? Ah. Well, we have beds. We just don't have proper bedrooms. There's a difference. Like, we have a bed. It's just in the middle of the factory, basically. So you just get to sleep where you work, and eat where you sleep, and poop where you do your dishes. That got weird at the end, but you know what I'm saying. I think. Maybe you don't. I don't know what I'm saying, so you probably definitely don't. So, out of curiosity, anybody here interested in that Starmancer beta? Because that's something I'll be doing on the graphic. Yeah, well, that's payback for you singing songs earlier. the beta for a game that I backed 3 years ago is releasing on the 31st. Starmancer is a game that I backed a number of years ago now. And it is coming into early, well, not early access, but beta for the Kickstarter backers in just a few days. Your run died. RIP! New PB, though. Probably got some new achievements. So that's something that we'll be playing in the coming days. Although, Monkeys, to kind of answer your question from before, because I kind of rambled a little bit after you went BRB, one thing that does give me anxiety about streaming, and this is something that's been kind of major over the past few years, is if I get into an argument with a viewer or someone who watches the stream or a subscriber, and they unfollow, I'll feel like shit for like 3 days. Sometimes more. For like just straight up 3+ days, I'll feel like absolute dog shit, and I'll hate everything about the next few days. And it happens occasionally, you know, like I'll piss somebody off, or I'll say something, or they'll say something which pisses me off, and then we'll have a negative back and forth, and then they leave and never come back, and that's generally enough to like ruin my week. Whenever that happens. That gives me anxiety. Fucking hate that shit. You got Starmancer on your wish list? Interesting. Yeah, I backed it on Kickstarter ages ago. Ages ago. But as far as like minute-to-minute streaming goes, I've never really had any problems with anxiety in that. Is there already entities in your world, basically? Oh no, it makes sense why they automatically arrive. It's just it feels organic and natural, and I like it when it happens. All right, should probably snap a screenshot for the dock. Let's just zoom out a little bit. Bedrooms and ore veins. Of course, the dock that I'm referring to is !Dayforts in the chat. Fortress from earlier today was this one. This is the second one for today. They've both been pretty chill. That's the one that I just took. Slowly building. Startopia 2, please, thanks. Startopia, or space-based Startopia, doesn't look good. I feel like every single game that has the word space-based in it is just automatically bad. Yeah, do you even know what games you're talking about, Diamond? You mean... yeah, there we go. For some reason, I felt like I got super behind on chat for a minute there, but I didn't. Weird. Let's make a... well, actually, let's just do this. Weapons. And let's go in here and also allow armor. I need a butcher shop. Real bad. Well, there are two whole game with space in the name, but yeah, both are kind of meh. Well, one is mostly negative reviews, and the other one is mixed. So... hey, Coffee. Holy shit, you still have that sub alive?
Chop chop on the butcher's shop. Anyway, hello and good day.
Hello and good day to you too, man. How you been? I feel like I haven't seen you at all on the internet in the past, like, year. Hope things have been alright. It's one of those, like, holy shit, you still have that sub alive? Why? Damn, man. Thank you for the 40 months. It's a goddamn long time. It's because I haven't been playing any games that take place in space for a really long time. 40 months is a fucking long time, dude. Fucking long time ago. I really should have set that to not have trap components, because now it's just kind of full of all of those menacing wooden spikes that I forgot that I was making. Whoops. Also, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Coffee keeping that sub alive for 40 goddamn months? 40 goddamn fucking months. And a human? Oh shit. Really? I didn't realize I had humans in range that we were not at war with. Would you look at that? Humans have brought their wagons. Well, we can trade with you. I can offload some of these goddamn trap components that I made 10 million of. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. I'm seeing a bunch of hungry dwarves. What? That's fine. They're all eating food now. And there they all go. There they all go. We really, really, really need the dwarven menacing wooden spikes. That's what they need. I mean, who doesn't? Let's be honest. Truly, who doesn't need menacing wooden spikes? We have trap components and more trap components and more trap components and more trap components and more trap components. It's okay. They can go pawn it off on somebody else. And Moldath, the armorer, has been taken by a Fey mood, which has me very, 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 very hopeful that this armorer, who just withdrew from society, is going to go make me some legendary armor. That would be real cool. Because then we'll have some very good quality armor. Okay. Grabs copper bars. Fingers crossed. Armor fit for a king, made of a peasant's material. It's kind of a pity that I didn't get to trade with these guys first. But, oh well. It's just the first one, so it's going to be simple regardless. Kind of would like to buy some bags from them, because bags are kind of a pain. Let's buy a couple anvils. Those bags all have stuff in them though. Hemp bag, that's empty. Llama wool bag. Could buy some flour, why not? Sure, we'll do all that. Dunzo. Easy peasy. Start plopping some of these beds down. Yeah, the thing that kind of I think I feel like I need to communicate to all of my old convention friends, people like Coffee and people who I would see at every convention and go grab drinks with, is I don't think I'll be going to a convention for a very long time. Granted, I don't think I'm necessarily alone in that, but I don't know, I feel like I need to like say that. It's like, miss hanging out with you guys, but also probably won't see you for like 4 or 5 years. Menacing with a spike of spikes, obviously. Constructed out of only the finest menacing spikes. So it can spike menacingly. And it will be shown on Spike TV. Can't wait to spike this drink with a great spike from the spikes of Spike Pits. Only the Spike Lobby knows spikes of such spike caliber. Legends will be told of the spikes from these dwarves. No, I'm just saying stuff. It also uses Spike Link Satnet to spike you? Sure. I don't think I know what that means, but sure. There you go. Moldath, the armorer, has created Kirar Gidthur Guzar, a copper shield, and claims it as a family heirloom. Wonderful, I say. Absolutely glorious. I mean, what's actually glorious is we now have a legendary armorer. This is a copper shield. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of dwarves in copper. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of ultralances by the Stockade of Hearts, of the Tool of Twisting, in the early spring of 367. Stone, it's your number. What? And also some migrants have arrived. Sorry, a friend of mine's DMing me about something. Let's just let them all walk in and see who we get. Damn. It's quite the migrant wave. No more named dwarves, though. We do have a new peasant, though. Let's take a peek at you. You dream of raising a family. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. Well, that's not good. King Gombe vital statics with the shield. I mean, we only have a queen. But here they all come. Do we have any visitors outside of the merchants? Just a pangolin, honey badger, some wild boars. All right, let's make armor, or let's make an armor stand, and we'll build some squads. So we got to put this armor to good use. Come on. Let's make silver warhammers and 150 charcoal. Let's get some more charcoal. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, we're running low on charcoal. We need refined gold. There's the cancels coming in right now. I'm very happy with that copper shield, though. Oh, no. A human maceman is fighting with a honey badger. It's a bloodbath. The badger is dead. Right there. They just kind of like impaled it from a distance with many bows. They done did good work. Here comes the dwarves making coal. I'm trying to think what we still need to do for this fortress. Because we got bedrooms, got the tavern, got the temple. So I need a hospital, basically. A hospital and a prison. But I think for this fortress, I think I'll also set up some squads. A squad or two. And then next week, when we return to this world, we will do a bunch more with this faction. We will find somewhere with metals and build an actual, like, armory and go after this. Depends on the stupid question. But I'll just preface anything with this. All right, now you may continue. And Dusum, my armorer, or one of my armorers, has given birth to a baby girl. Would you look at that? Fucking fantastic. Needs refined coal, which is why I'm getting more refineries up and running. You can be another wood burner. We're gonna run out of booze real fast. Not actually as fast as I thought we would. So anyway, ask away with your stupid questions. My brain is ready for stupidity. human merchants are leaving, which is pretty chill. I made a floor hatch ages ago. I should actually construct it. That'd probably be wise. That's what I like to see. Vim just made a masterpiece Warhammer. Good shit. Let's also bring some more wood in here. Just to speed this whole process up a little bit. 42 dwarves. Started playing this game and you look at tutorials, etc., but you somehow can't get your woodcutter to chop trees. Designated. Tried to give him the job, but somehow you fail miserably at this part. Okay, first off, don't watch tutorials for Dwarf Fortress. That's my first piece of advice. Just read the wiki's getting started guide and ask questions on Discords. We'll get you way further because so many of the YouTube tutorials are just straight up people reading the wiki. Second thing, there's no such thing as a stupid question when it comes to Dwarf Fortress questions, right? There's literally no such thing as a stupid question. Like fucking building a stairway is difficult for a new player. In regards to that, did you do a default embark? Cyrelac, thanks for gifting a subscription. But what you need to... Oh shit, there's unicorns. 1, 2... Sorry, I'm distracted. There's unicorns right here. Cool. Anyway, how many unicorns are on the map? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 unicorns. God damn. So, I'm assuming you brought an axe. That's just a blanket assumption. You've brought an axe. If you select the dwarf, you need to make sure that they have the wood cutting job assigned, right? So, assuming you brought an axe, which by default you did, so if you did the default embark, you should have an axe. Make sure that they're set to wood cutting and not set to mining, right? Because then they'll be trying to wield a pick and an axe, and then they don't know what to do. So, make sure that they have the one job. And then D, and then T, to chop down trees. And then click, drag, and select the trees you want to chop down. Using plus and minus on the numpad, you can increase the priority down to the bottom right, all the way up to priority number 1. If that's not working, then we have a problem. So if that's all the steps that you've done, you're doing aight. If you missed something somewhere in there, then we got a problem. Yes, if they're also in a military squad, but I feel like you're probably not that far in if you've just started playing and you're having trouble cutting wood. Does have an axe and wood cutting too. Also, wiki sounds better. You just got overwhelmed and wanted to know the general idea of them for the menu. Yeah, your best idea is... Okay, here. Let me give you a link to the one of the pages on the wiki. Because the wiki has this excellent section right here called Getting Started. You've obviously finished the download and install bit. I don't know what version of the game you have or if you're using a pack. But Fortress Mode Tutorial, right here. Right there. Go nuts. That's the most helpful tutorial you'll find for Dwarf Fortress. It'll literally walk you through every single step, and it's actually up to date, unlike the vast majority of tutorials out there. So, mechanically, the game doesn't change that much from update to update and patch to patch, but there is always slight tweaks that, like, the majority of tutorials you'll find are out of date, and most tutorials that you find are literally people just reading the Getting Started guide word for word while playing in the background with some tile setup that might not be the same setup you have. So it's just straight up easier to just read that. I don't agree that it is, because I'm very much a download the game and read the wiki kind of person. Don't use external plugins or extensions. But that's just me, and I am not the norm when it comes to how to start playing Dwarf Fort. I genuinely believe that the way most people recommend people start playing Dwarf Fortress is very overwhelming to new players and does a better job pushing people away from the game than actually interesting people in playing it. So that's my take. I think that the best way to play DF is to just fucking play DF and don't worry about any plugins or assists or anything, because most people know how to read and most people know how to use a keyboard. And if you know how to read and know how to use a keyboard, you can play Dwarf Fortress. So the thing that I always tell people is, like, if you're capable of typing in my Twitch chat, you can play this game. But if you're running 3 different pieces of software in the background, it suddenly gets way more complicated than it needs to be. You just need to play the game. So if he has axe, but anyways, we need to figure out why this dwarf isn't chopping down trees. I'm assuming you've designated trees to be cut. If that dwarf has a bunch of other tasks, he might just be prioritizing other things first. I don't think you should learn this game in any way. I think you should learn this game using a tile set that you think is clear and descriptive. My opinions are only about like Lazy Noob Pack or Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack. I think you should learn the game without Dwarf Therapist and without DF Hack. That being said, use whatever fucking tile set looks pretty to you. That doesn't matter. Because that doesn't actually change the game in any way. Use one that's easy on your eyes that you like looking at. Enjoy the game. I'm not an ASCII purist. I like ASCII, which is why I use a variation on Krug Smash's tile set, because it's ASCII-ish. And I like ASCII personally because I think ASCII is actually quicker and easier for me to decipher because I'm legally blind. That being said, for people who like pictures, maybe you like to stare at little pictures of a puppy instead of a lowercase red p, you know, or D rather, not P. So play what you want to play. So no 1 hour early stream. I mean, yeah, its stream will be like exactly the same time that it's been all week. Day after, it'll go back to normal time. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I don't think that there is a wrong way to play this game, but I do think that there are ways for making the game unnecessarily more difficult for yourself. That's what I think. But anyway, in regards to Dwarf not chopping down things, the only thing I could think of that you could have done wrong is that it's just really low in their priority queue. So what I would try doing is hitting T and then cranking the priority down bottom right all the way up to number 1 by hitting plus on the numpad or minus on the numpad until it goes down to 1. And then just try that and see if they prioritize it immediately. And if that doesn't do it, then something's weird. Yeah, clocks go whichever way you go and you won't even notice stone. Let's be honest, will you even notice? There we go. Well, they said that he's got an axe. I mean, you could check if he's got an axe by hitting V and then I, but it's very unlikely that Akia would have stolen not one but both of the axes, because by default you start with 2. You'll have to change your watch. Oh, true. True. You know, I haven't worn a watch in like 15 years. I should get back into watches. I stopped wearing a watch when I worked in a factory, and it was considered a danger because it could catch, right? I legit just read that dwarf's last name down at the bottom of the screen right now is Facebook. Feb Cossack. I read that as Facebook. Yeah, I used to wear watches all the time when I was in sports because I would have to time my laps when I was in a kayak, but since then, he has to face those book. Mark has joined the fort. Mark has joined the chat room. Mr. Zuck has joined the chat room. God, I hope not. Arrow drinker. I don't understand. What would an arrow drinker even be? Your advice for beginners: have DF hack for auto labor, and then when you can have a stable fort, you know you don't need DF hack for auto labor, right? Then when you have a stable fort and beds and food and drink, you can just go and learn how to manage your jobs. I mean, sure. Sure. I mean, play the game the way you want to play it. There is no wrong way to play it, but if people need immediate help, I can give basic recommendations, and that's about it. Or link to correct wiki pages. Fab Cossack. Yeah, no, I know what it was. I read it out correctly. After I misread it. All right, let's peek around and find dwarves that would work well in the military. Johnny, would you work well in the military? You want a cup. Well, we can sort that out. You want to be extravagant, and you also want to practice some martial art. You handled stress well, right? Definitely dreams of crafting a masterwork. Not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Shakes her finger when she's annoyed. Okay, yeah. We can give you a new squad. So this is like my easy way to make a squad. Just hit N, select a dwarf. You know, go to the P subscreen. Literally hit N. Set what type of squad you want to be. Leather armor, metal armor, uniform, so we want metal armor. And then it'll make the squad, and then you press enter again, and you can just completely ignore the military screen. And then hit S, and you have the squad. A to select the squad, or B or C or whatever letter squad it is. And on the bottom it says schedule, or schedule, whatever you prefer. Shed. Hit T, and now they're active in training. And then go to something that you're going to assign as a barracks. In this case, this armor stand that's sitting here. Press R. T. That's how to completely ignore the military screen. And they'll just go grab whatever armor's best, the highest quality stuff with the nicest materials that they like the most, and then they'll go train. It's kind of wonderful. Also, there's a Fisher Dwarf here. Ral, the Fisher Dwarf. You got into some arguments. Ooh. Dream of raising a family. Never under any circumstances put forth this point. You're probably terrible in the military, but you're joining anyway. Done. It's literally that easy. Just enable jobs for everyone? Pretty much, yeah. Huh. This dwarf must already... have skills. You did that one and every single bloody dwarf starts to fish. Yeah, just turn off fishing. Granted, you'll never run out of food. Dislikes helping others and has a greedy streak. Isn't particularly ambitious and does not often feel lustful. Let's put you in the military too. Just kind of like sniping out dwarves that don't really have much to do. Man, none of these dwarves like helping others. Funny. You designated trees nearby and he's finally chopping? Probably just like their internal priorities. Because like, if everything is the same priority, which by default it is, it's priority 4. It's highly likely you just had other jobs queued up that they were just doing first. No, they don't really have an internal radius or anything. As long as it's on the map, they're aware of it, basically. And they will try and pass 2 things on the other end of the map and all that fun stuff. Norstat, would you be good in the military? No. Bada. They just go grab all of the stuff that they want and go hang out. Really? You should go train. There you go. But yeah, no, if you want help, if you need help with DFs related things, my Discord has a Dwarf Fortress room where we just talk DF stuff. Sometimes it takes a little while, but if you have questions, generally we can answer them pretty quick when I'm not streaming. But yeah, no, honestly, the best way to learn Dwarf Fortress is just find a community of people and ask questions as they come up. Because a lot of the more tricky things in DF are just like a weird, I ran into this weird esoteric problem that doesn't happen very often. How do I solve it? Kind of thing. Like, why did they stop hauling food? Well, if someone asked me, why did my dwarves stop collecting food? I can tell you because you probably ended up in this menu, the O menu, the orders menu, and you probably accidentally hit either mixed food, which is lowercase m, or like there was one time I accidentally had, yeah, it's F. Dwarves ignore food. Very easy to accidentally do that. Hit O and then F, off, done. And your dwarves will just leave food rotting everywhere and it'll drive you nuts. And you'll be like, why the fuck is all my food just rotting? Well, clearly because you accidentally hit those 2 buttons. At least that's usually the problem. Okay, so this is sniped from a different Discord. This is food that Bellinair made. One of my teammates. Holy shit. That looks tasty. All right. Caravan from the mountain home has arrived. Man, I can't wait to see what these magical biomes look like in the Steam version. Fucking can't wait. Zon says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. We're back. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Probably just, I actually don't know. Anvils, I guess? Well, They want spears. I could probably whip up some spears. Squog, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Spear. Copper. 20. Let's quickly whip up some spears. Although, I don't really want my squads to accidentally start claiming spears. I'm seeing if there's anywhere that I can go send my squads out to. Dark Dwarven Pits of Cruelbeard. Cruelbeard is such a goddamn great name. Holy shit. Tomb of Cloister Faces. Concerning the Cavefish Woman. I want to know what that is. It's got to be a book, but I'm just looking for somewhere that's abandoned. Somewhere that I could go steal something from and not have too many consequences. God dang it. Also, is that a new artifact? Maybe. Yeah, we covered that mostly. Freskins. Man, there's so many big old towers up here. There we go. The town of Quest Blossoms. We're going to go explore that. So now my squad is going to go fuck off and explore Quest Blossoms. Good luck, guys. And I don't have to worry about them equipping the wrong things. Put the gosling in here. KV sow in here. Guinea hen in here. And the piglet. You see stuff on the ground or did you miss something? Which ground? I'm confused. Of course there's stuff on the ground. My dwarves are on the ground. The barrels are on the ground. There's rocks on the ground. What part of the ground are you talking about? I am confused. Looks like the dwarves are taking a bit of a break before they head over. Yeah, which part of the ground? Clothes at the armor stand? Yes, because they drop their clothes when they put on fancy new armor bits, and I don't have a stockpile for clothing, only armor. So, yes. You didn't miss anything. They're simply equipping better armor slowly. So you didn't miss anything. That's just what they do when you don't have a stockpile for clothing. Why is that a bad thing? I'm trying to, like, decipher your whole name. And it looks German to me, but I'm not totally sure. I mean, most of these dwarves aren't actually idle. Most of them are socializing. Or most of them aren't actually doing jobs. They're socializing or praying or meditating or something. Can't leave sight. Pardon? What? Canceled that. Means the digging ostrich. Oh. But yeah, no, but the way I'm doing it is like, most of them aren't actually working. Most of them are just chilling in the tavern. I mean, you actually want, like, 30% or more of your dwarves to be idle at any given point because it means they're free to go do jobs that you need done immediately. There's a common misunderstanding with people who play Dwarf Fortress that one of the goals of the game is to have as few idlers as possible. If you never let your dwarves idle, they'll actually go nuts. Because the dwarves need to socialize, they need to relax, they need to hang out, they need to make friends, they need to just be around each other. They're you basically need to treat them like little people, right? So a large portion of the time, if your dwarves are idling, that's fine. Like, that's A-okay. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, in order for them to chop the wood has to be, like, if you're telling a dwarf to chop down a tree in the middle of the tree 3 Z levels up, the dwarf's going to be pointing up at that and be like, I can't go that high. How am I supposed to chop it down off the top? So you'd have to, like, build up to the edge of it. You could do that and only chop half the tree down. But, like, yeah, no, you have to do it on ground level. I didn't even think about that. There you go. Found the problem, guys. That's funny. Actually, that's really funny. Found the problem. That's very funny. And my jeweler has become possessed. Well, that's brilliant. As I don't actually think I have anything for a jeweler to do. Yep. Need to make a jeweler's shop. Good thing I have some gems lying around. One level below? Because you're telling them to chop it down in 2 stories up. Without giving him a platform. He could do it if you gave him a platform. Right? That's the problem. Grabs 1 gem and has begun a mysterious construction. Good stuff. This fortress is bustling. But generally, it's like if something isn't working in Dwarf Fortress, you just need to realize that it's Dwarf Fortress. And Dwarf Fortress just operates under its own rules. Some of it makes sense, and some of it is kind of a, what? Shitty? No, 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 not shitty. Beautiful ceremonial piece. Good weapon? Nah. Excellent ceremonial piece. Can you go trade, please? It's in the queen's bedroom on a pedestal. Exactly. Oh, would you look at that? Minkot, the jeweler, has created Zag Mishek, a perfect crystal opal, and claims it as a Hamley Fairloom. And also, for those of you just tuning in, this is a day fort session, basically meaning I will abandon every fortress I do by the end of the stream. Normally I do 1, but today we're doing 2. I was originally kind of planning on doing 3 or 4, but I think we're just going to do the 2. We're trying to rebuild this little faction here, which originally only had this and this, these 2 little forts. I built this one a couple weeks ago, and then built this one earlier today, and now we're building this one. And I'm going to do another one next week in this faction, kind of around here somewhere. I'm not sure where. But I found these 2 tiles of good biome over here, so we're just building on the good biome and having some fun. We're trying to rebuild this faction, because there's a bunch of factions on this map, and this one's got some neat stories surrounding it, so. And I think yes, I totally missed trading. Oh, well. Rip. And conquer the world. I'm not really a conquer the world kind of person when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. I'm much more of a interact with the world briefly and then just like step back and let it do its thing. I don't actually find combat in Dwarf Fortress to be particularly fun. It's like my least favorite part of the game. I much prefer just watching family trees and storylines develop. Basically, in the pro wrestling industry that is Dwarf Fortress, I'm the guy that just likes reading the storylines and don't actually care about who's winning. That's me. Oh yeah, totally. It's fun, but it's not that fun. I think that just Dwarf Fortress as a storytelling medium is more interesting to me than Dwarf Fortress as a combat sim, you know? which is totally fine because it's not for everybody to play it that way. That's just how I play it. Beep, beep, beep. Put a hospital over there. And, I mean, my main fortress, for those of you who are new here, because there's a few newer faces in the channel, my main fortress is a fortress I've been keeping alive for 1,000 years in game time. Currently, we are 10 years off of 200 years, and we just inherited the throne, which is kind of fun. We just inherited the throne after hundreds of years, basically. Hey, Bog2, what's up? So we now have a king in Long Death, which is very exciting. I need more refined coal. This is a really shitty little fort, but it'll help bring the faction back, which is all that really matters. But yeah, we'll be playing that fortress tomorrow. Long Death, that is. Am I playing a dying civ? Well, I mean, it's dying less now, but yeah, kind of. The civ's mountain home is this, which isn't even a fortress. It's just a fort. And it has a population of 75. They had this one Helix. So when I started with this faction, there was only the two. Up here a couple weeks ago, I made this fortress, which is Kralmire, which is still doing just fine. And then down here is Violetgems, which has gotten down to 30. It was up to 50. That was the one I did earlier today. And then down here is the other one, which is ultralances, which is what we're playing in right now. And some more migrants have arrived. There's a honey badger over there to the right. Terrifying. But we won't be playing this fortress for too much longer. If anything, I think that this fortress is basically done. And then next Saturday, we will pick up where this faction left off and play some more. But play a little bit more seriously instead of just building these little, not really experimental, but temporary or small fortresses, just trying to increase the faction. The king engraving? I didn't engrave the king. Labored Thins. Cole was his name. I just had to check. I don't really have a good spot for it, so I'll put it right here. There's an image of our first king. The first glorious king, who allied with the elves, fought back the goblin hordes. It's pretty much the same one. Moldath drew it. Relates to the ascension of Cole Labored Thins, the position king of the Tool of Twisting in year 1. But yeah. You love playing dying civs. Your entire experience was in a dying civ? Yeah. No, dying civs are fun. That or extremely young civs and just getting to witness the entirety of a civilization's history is also a lot of fun. Both of those things are fun. It's kind of like playing a really slow, methodical 4X. It's kind of like playing a dying Civ. But at the same time, nothing like a 4X. Just like Dwarf Fortress, it's kind of like a lot of things, but at the same time, absolutely nothing like any of them. Because it doesn't, like, take common sense into account and just does things. Which is why I like this game so much. Because it doesn't play by normal video game rules. It just kind of does what it wants. Obtuse UI? Check. Even with the Steam graphics and stuff, it's still going to be an obtuse, tricky, weird game. Just because of how strange its logic is sometimes. Your second fortress with them, the cavern would bring goods. Oh, really? The caravan would bring goods, and you sold in your first fortress? We're super surprised that could happen. There's a lot of very little details that people who aren't paying a shit ton of attention will just never notice in DF. And that's, I think, part of the beauty of it, is because it's actually not that difficult a game to just play. But the amount of little details that you pick up on once you've played it a bunch is astounding. Like, it's absolutely astonishing, like the little things that Adams Brothers have put into this game over the years. It's truly a phenomenal work that I sometimes wonder if, like, you know, a lot of people tell Zach and Tarn that this game's amazing, you know, on a frequent basis. But as a creative person, it's very difficult to look at what things that I've made and attribute value or quality to them. Like, it's very easy to look at things that I've made and go, yeah, that's shit. And it's probably very easy for them to pick out every single problem with this game. But at the same time, it's kind of a beautiful thing that they've built. And that's the only way to put it. It's genuinely a beautiful thing that they've made. Yeah, totally, Grub. Totally. The fortress is expanding onto the surface a little bit. Because I actually have quite a few dwarves here. I'd rather not get were-creatured. I know that there's were-llamas and were other things lurking about in the shadows of the morning, so gotta be kind of careful. Also, I've just got to remind everybody how awesome waves are in Dwarf Fortress. Like, it doesn't matter what tile set you use. Waves just look amazing. Like, just look at that shit. That's so cool. And contrary to popular belief, it's nowhere near as bad for CPU as it looks. It looks awful for your CPU. It's really not, actually. It works surprisingly well. Looks like small explosions. Kind of, yeah. But it's literally like the water colliding with the beach and the spray going up into the air. And it can actually, physics objects that get disturbed by it can actually get pulled back in with the waves. Also, it's always really nice to see new players playing DF. It's one of those games where it's kind of hard to convince people to play this game. Like, I think it's a game that you kind of have to convince yourself that you want to play and then do it. Other people can't really just... Like, it's a game where it's really difficult for, like, somebody to say, hey, you should play Dwarf Fortress, and then them to look at it and then agree, yes, I should do this. It's very difficult to convince somebody to play Dwarf Fortress, so it's always cool to see new people trying it. Also, investments are open, heads up chat. How many hours do I have in this game? Good question. I don't know. I checked relatively recently, and according to my Twitch stats, I've streamed like 4,000 hours of it. I don't think that's totally accurate. I think it's probably closer to around 3,000, but I have a couple. And that's not counting the time that I played this game beforehand, which was install the game, mess around with it for a bit, give up, Alt F4, and do it again on repeat for a very, 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 very long time. From about 2009 until about 2017. So, I don't know. It's a good question. Although, you bet your ass when the Steam version comes out, I will just let it idle for a couple of days just to kind of catch up a bit. And that's our little entrance. Now I just need to... see, yes, they did. Perfect. Somebody has mechanics, can make some mechanisms, and then we can connect that to the bridge up above, and then we'll be safe. We even have chickens acting as lookout. Man, these dwarves are getting this shit done fast. Amazing what happens when you have like 50 dwarves and you're just like, everybody go construct that now. It's amazing how quickly they can get shit done. I think in this fortress, if I was actually going to play it for an extended period of time, my main mode of defense would probably be drowning trap. Did I see a depressed dwarf in there? I don't think so. That or it was already gone. Those are waves. We are on the edge of an ocean. All the way around. It's kind of a little bit of a peninsula. It's pretty, isn't it? And this is for those people who wanted me to make a dock. Hopefully nobody gets washed off. Let's place a lever right there. Wait until that lever gets built. I need to pour more coffee pretty soon. Although I'm looking at the clock and going, might be a little bit too late. Yeah, but you've got a nice number of hours, so you might be poor, but you're pretty nice. Look at all those dwarves singing and dancing. Let's go gather some more foodstuffs. Build the dock out more. I feel like if I do that, then people are just going to fall off. Kind of worried dwarves are just going to get pushed off of this. But, you know, I said I would build a shoreside dock thing. Waves aren't... Oh, yeah, they kind of are crashing over top. It's fine as long as they're hitting them head on. It's when they start hitting them on the side, when I start building this, that shit's going to get a little wild. But we'll see what we can do. Nobody drowned yet, so there's that. Keyword here is yet. You know, I keep mentioning this, but everybody always asks me what the thing I'm the most interested in the Steam version is. The thing that keeps coming back in my brain every time I think about it is the soundtrack. Like, it's not something that's been talked about a lot, but it's something that I keep thinking about is the fact that they're making a soundtrack for Dwarf Fortress. You know what I mean? Like, that, I don't know why that isn't, like, a more anticipated feature. But it's like, oh, the graphics! And I'm like, man, it's gonna have a soundtrack, though. Everybody's all excited for these silly graphics, and I'm just like, but, like, music that's longer than 2 minutes. That's what I'm excited for. Yeah, it's gonna have a fucking full soundtrack. Which is just never mentioned. Or no one talks about. Still no one's drowned. What is this fucking madness? It's incredible. There we go. Get that front door linked up to the bridge. Let's get a bunch more silver warhammers made. It's whoever It's the person. It's one of the Kit Flocks. Wow, Kit Fox people. They have a person who's done music for their games in the past, and it's that person. I don't know the name off the top of my head. I know me and Tarn talked about it in the second interview I did with him. I asked him about soundtracks and where I can buy it on vinyl. Yeah, I think it's... I might be wrong here, but I think it's the person who did the soundtrack for the previous Kit Fox games. So it's going to be curious. Interesting to see. Slightly different subject, another soundtrack I'm very excited for, actually. It's the Starmancer soundtrack. Because I love the little bits and pieces they've teased with. I'm real curious about what Vim's skill level is. Great weaponsmith. Hot damn. And there's like little teases and stingers in the videos that they've teased so far. I actually was paid to play that game in regards to End Zone. I got sponsored to play that game. So the problem is once I've been sponsored to play a game, it's kind of like saying I shouldn't really stream it beyond that point, and I generally don't if I've been paid to play a game, because then I need to disclose that every time I stream it, in my opinion, for me to feel okay about taking money to do something like that. So I've kind of actually avoided it because they haven't sponsored me again. They sponsored me twice to do it, and they haven't paid me a third time. So I'm just kind of not going to play it again until they pay me to play it again, because otherwise it's a very biased take on that game. That being said, I did have fun with it while I was playing it, so I'm kind of sad they didn't pay me again to play more of it. And I'm not generally somebody who likes banished clones. Oh, sweet. Baby boy. One of my hammer dwarves. I think that this fortress is going to do just fine. I think that this fortress is going to do just fine. So what do you guys think of this kind of effort to rebuild a faction a little bit? I don't know how interesting this is to watch versus the way I normally play DF, but this stream has been cozy, at least on my end. Biggest disappointment is I haven't actually seen anybody playing that musical instrument that we brought. They clearly don't know what they're doing with it. You hope that it rebuilds the Civ, Axon? I hope so too. I mean, next week we'll build another fortress with this civilization. I'm thinking probably around here. We'll put a good, like, 8 or so hours in it, and I want to try and hammer this tower. Because this is a human tower of basic blushes with 300 fucking things in it. There's also this one over here, which we're skirmishing with. The Rainy Whips, which is the faction that basically demolished us. This one too. Basically, or wait, hold on a second. The Plank of Dots took over Cruelbeard? Cruelbeard was at war with us up until very recently. Well, shit. Huh. Cruelbeard was one of our, like hundreds of years ago, was one of our settlements, but my friendly faction took over it. Also, we are at war with the innocent boar, I think. No, never mind. We are not. The humans are. The Nation of Stars. That's a good name. I like that one. Gets gored by a unicorn herd? I mean, I wouldn't quite say that, but I could see why you would make that assumption. I would say that it's incredibly unlikely. But chat, how do you guys feel about watching some board game town building? Because I think that this is a pretty good place to just kind of say, good luck, dwarves. Hang out until next week. This has been chill. Took a little longer than I wanted it to. I wanted to try and embark or reclaim a few settlements with this faction, but I kind of can't. So, but to fill out the dock a little bit, we will continue working with that faction to grow them back, I think. So these were the 2 forts that we did today. First one up top being Fort 1. Violetgems, the hammer of mechanisms, with their symbol, the mechanical hammers. Belug and Goffer ended up moving over to the new fort as well. Built up to a population of 50 right there. Was at the little top of a mountain. Did some digging. Built all the stuffs. Built a little temple to a god, which was right there, which was requested by the dwarves. Made an artifact, and then retired the fortress more or less looking like that. Then went and started a second fort in the good biome on the beaches down in the corner. Built out a few other spaces. And of course, you know, found tetrahedrite. And we are pumping out masterwork armors, hopefully, which will be able to be purchased elsewhere in the world. We built a temple. We built a hospital. Or I got the hospital zoned. And we made the perfect opal, as well as that copper shield. We've ended the game as is. And that's it for me. For today, for Dwarf Fortress. Stream's not over, but we are finished with this game. So if you would like just more Dwarf Fort, game's doing things in the background, I recommend watching Userun, or going over to my YouTube channel where I have more Dwarf Fortress than you could possibly watch in a lifetime. But with that, we're swapping games. We're going to go play some puzzly city building, if that works for you. If not, I will see you tomorrow, where we will be playing more dwarfs. But till then, I'm going to wait for the game to save. We'll see you later, Darren. Like I said, we're not done with the stream yet. We're just going to go play Dwarf Romantic, the little board game town builder thingy. But if you're sticking around, can I get a round of beers from everybody who's sticking around? I need more coffee.